entire set, only $1,795. Got a lot of people calling in. This is a situation where we have people who take advantage of our two-payment option, put half down today. We can put the set aside for you. This is going to be a very, very difficult set to replace at these prices that I have for you today, folks. I hope you can take advantage of it. The sets and the coins in this condition are not getting any cheaper, all right? I can tell you that. I have had to pay for some of these exceptional American Silver Eagles a lot more today than I did a couple years ago. They're not getting any cheaper. They're getting more desirable by the week. So I sincerely hope you can take advantage of this opportunity to get really the most beautiful silver dollar ever struck by the U.S. Mint, in my opinion. This is a silver dollar for the 21st century, the collector of the 21st century. This is an opportunity for you. Thank you for watching.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Rare Collectibles TV. I'm James Gerstel. The reason why I'm so excited is because we have the final coin in the American Silver Eagle series, the American Silver Eagle dollar. You know the coin, one of the most beautiful coins ever, first struck in 1986, part of the Ronald Reagan legacy when he was president. But here it is. We have come to the very end of the program. This proof Silver Eagle, struck at San Francisco, is the very last issue with that classic John Mercanti heraldic eagle reverse that first appeared on this silver dollar in 1986. Can you believe it? 2021 will no longer have John Mercanti's unbelievable heraldic eagle reverse. It's being retired. This proof Silver Eagle is the very last coin. So I hope you watch our show, because here on Rare Collectibles TV, we're not just going to give you the very last one and leave you adrift. We will help you build the entire collection either in one fell swoop or a little bit at a time. That's what we do. We are here for the collector. Now, here is the ultimate. Guys, we're right in the middle. We're right in the thick of the very last issue. Right now, it's happening. I want to tell you that this coin went on sale at the U.S. Mint literally moments ago. This is a pre-sale. There's so much to this coin. Number one, notice that it's the first day of issue. When it comes to certified coins, if you want the ultimate, you want that label right there. First of all, it is the last American Silver Eagle dollar to bear the Mercanti reverse, and this one is struck at San Francisco. And unlike the 2020 W, it has a cap on the mintage of 200,000. It's first day of issue. Now, you ask any collector, the ultimate designation on a label, it's not early release, it is first day of issue. So this coin, having just been released, folks, this is a pre-sale, and I want to show you what you are getting. First day of issue, a perfect Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, struck at the San Francisco Mint. There is no higher designation than first day of issue. Now, I love early release, but you can't beat first day of issue. The Proof Silver Eagle, it's the collector's version of the Mint State coin we all know and love so well. It's a lot harder to get. One of the reasons why it's harder to get is because they just don't make anywhere near as many as they do of the Mint State coin. Since 1986, the United States of America has struck this American Silver Eagle dollar in a business strike to the tune of nearly 540 million coins. The proofs, on the other hand, which have been struck since 1986, have been issued in far, far smaller quantities. In fact, the whole entire program, there were only 24 million coins. Now, they did skip 2009 because of a silver shortage that year. Not only are the proof American Silver Eagles produced in minuscule quantities compared to the regular issues, it goes through a completely different striking process. For the business strikes, the coins are fed into a high-speed press, and thousands, literally, are struck at a time. But when you look at the striking process for these proof coins, it's a completely different method of striking. Number one, a die engraver selects the finest examples of these dies. Those dies are taken and they're brought to a special room where they are polished and engraved to produce the ultimate example of this silver dollar. Because this silver dollar will be struck a minimum of 2 times under very heavy and high pressure. Unlike the business strikes, the rims are higher and the detail of this coin just jumps off the surface. That special striking is good for 15 to 20 examples. And then the coining press is shut down, the dies are removed, and a new pair of dies are installed. And the striking process begins again for a very limited amount of coins. Now, what we're living this year is an unprecedented slowdown, in fact, a shutdown of the United States Mint. Because of the difficulties we all have gone through for 2020, there has been no production at the U.S. Mint. So the coin that you are looking at right now is the very last issue of this American silver dollar before it's retired forever. And a new design for the reverse will take place. This is the final issue, and we're able to offer it in the ultimate version. Ladies and gentlemen, $229 a coin. $229 per coin. This is the ultimate version of the most popular silver dollar in the world today. The largest silver dollar the U.S. Mint ever struck. Do you realize this coin is bigger than a Morgan dollar? It also features the Renaissance design of the original Walking Liberty half dollar from 1916. Adolph A. Wyman designed that obverse, and it was groundbreaking. It was the first representation of an allegorical, a figure of liberty, kind of mythical, ever to grace a coin. Its design has been known as the ultimate in numismatic design on silver. The reverse, that was contributed by just the 12th chief engraver of the U.S. Mint, John Mercanti. These coins are totally perfect. And a third party has agreed that every one of these coins will be absolutely perfect. And there's a lot of intensive grading. In fact, there's 3 people who grade each coin. So you get the ultimate in accuracy, and in this instance, you get the first day of issue, the highest grade attainable, a proof 70, the highest designation of mirror and contrast, known as cameo. In this case, ultra cameo. When you take a look by year, it really illustrates how many collectors there are of these coins. Take a look at all of these figures relating to each and every year that the coin was produced. Beginning in 1986, 1,446,000 coins were struck. That was the highest mintage year. And demand for the coin, now naturally, first year is always going to be, people are going to, just the first dollar ever made of this sort. But take a look every year. So many collectors are purchasing these coins and building complete collections. That's where these coins go. The dream is to get a perfect graded coin, a perfect grade. Now, it's not very often that the Mint will say, we're only going to strike 200,000 of these coins. Generally, the mintages are open until the window closes, the period of time closes that they can be sold. In this instance, a cap has been put on the mintage. There will be no more than 200,000 coins issued. Well, if you take a look at the 2020 W figures right below it, you can see already how many of those coins were ordered for their.
For the best in rare coin collecting, watch me, Rick Tamaska, on Rick's U.S. Coin Show right here on Rare Collectibles TV. Welcome back to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. I'm Rick Tamaska, your host, and I have got an incredible introductory offer for all you folks watching today. If you're a collector or non-collector, this is a wonderful opportunity to take advantage of a series that is just exploding in popularity. The Franklin and Kennedy half dollars are so popular, so universally admired by more and more collectors with every passing month. When you think about it, folks, this was the last era where the U.S. struck half dollars for circulation. The Franklin half dollars were struck entirely in 90% silver. The first year the Kennedys were struck in 90% silver, and that's the largest denomination you can own. And when you look on PCGS and NGC websites, you'll see more half-dollar collectors for the Franklins and Kennedys than any other half-dollar series. There isn't even a close second. My third edition just came out, folks, of the Franklin and Kennedy half-dollar guide by Whitman Books. It's over 300 pages now. It's expanded to 320 pages, 32 more pages than the second edition. It's got the history of the Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. It's got mintages. It's got retail values. It's got a section, folks, on record prices, because there have been so many record prices in these series since my second edition. You know, if you're going to start out collecting either one of these series, I want you to start off on the right foot. I've got two Kennedy half dollars today that are guaranteed to get you started off on the right foot. It's the first year of issue of the Kennedy half dollar in proof condition, 1964. The Kennedy half dollar, folks, came about because in November of 1963, John F. Kennedy was tragically assassinated. There was some emergency legislation passed, and it was decided they would commemorate the late president on the half dollar for the year 1964. So the Franklin half dollar series came to a premature end, and the demand for this new Kennedy half dollar was so extraordinary. The entire country was riveted by this event. This was the first assassination in the history of TV where a president died. The whole country was tuned in. And so when the Mint announced that they were going to have this Kennedy half dollar, the demand was through the roof. And so they were in a great rush to issue these coins in proof condition. And in January of 1964, in this very short time, they actually began to release these proof sets with the Kennedy half dollar in it. And I remember going to my local coin shop when I heard about this, and the place was packed. I could barely get through the door. And the sets, while the original issue price was about, I think it was $2.10 from the Mint, before long, the sets were selling for $20, almost 10 times the original issue price. Now, what makes the 64 Kennedy so special, it was the only issue struck in 90% silver at the old Philadelphia Mint. After 1964, they shut the Philadelphia Mint down as far as proof making goes, and they transferred the proof making to the San Francisco Mint for the Kennedy half dollar. So the 64 is a unique coin. It's a one-year type coin. And there are two very special coins in the 1964 Kennedy year. The Mint, in record time, began striking these 1964 proof Kennedys in January of 1964. And after they had struck about 100,000 examples, they called Mrs. Kennedy and they asked her if she could please inspect this new Kennedy half-dollar design. She did not like the design detail in her husband's hair, and she asked if they could rework that detail. What she didn't like specifically were the hair strands you see above her husband's ear there. There's some prominent V-shaped strands above her ear, and she asked if they could remove those and change the accents in her husband's hair. So they made those changes. They immediately stopped the presses. After only about 100,000 were struck, they stopped the presses and they completely redesigned the hair detail. When they then began striking the Kennedy half-dollar again, you could see the noticeable, obvious difference. It's a major, major variety because you could easily see it with your naked eye. And that's basically the definition, folks, between a major variety and a minor variety. A minor variety, you have to take a magnifying glass to see. This, you can see with your naked eye. You can look at it, you say, wow, that's an accented hair, you know? And so it's an important, major, historic dye variety. Now, not only is the mintage an incredibly low mintage, they only struck about 100,000. The fact is, a lot of those coins were melted down in 1979, 1980, 1981, because back in those days, nobody really paid any attention to the Kennedy half-dollars. And when you had silver going for almost $50 an ounce, there were a lot of dealers who were actually cutting out these proof half-dollars, quarters, and dimes and sending them to the smelters to get them melted down for their silver. And so you had 100,000 originally struck. Probably at least 30 to 40,000, maybe even more, were melted down, leaving perhaps 50 to 60,000 coins. On top of that, the quality of the accented hair is by far the worst in the Kennedy half-dollar series. You have to understand, the Mint was well aware of the fact that there was an incredible demand for these new coins. And so they rushed them out, and they cut corners as far as quality control. And one of the procedures in making a proof coin is supposed to be a coin that's prepared under highly polished dies. They're slowly struck. The coins are individually handled, so they're not allowed to abrade with any other coins. They're supposed to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the Mint's able to produce, given the technology of the day. However, in the rush to get these out, one of the procedures was to wash the coin blanks in a soap solution, just get them as clean as possible, then wash that soap solution off the blanks. And then they go in for striking, where they're struck under about 200 tons of pressure. And then once struck, while coins struck for commerce are dumped into bins, these proof coins are individually handled. They're not allowed to abrade with other coins. However, in the case of the accented hair, again, in this rush to get the coins out, one of the things that they really didn't pay much attention to was that soap residue. They put these blanks in the soap solution, and they typically did not wash all that soap residue off the blank. So when that blank went into the die with about 200 tons of pressure, at that point the residue was struck into the coin, became a part of the coin. You can't remove it. I've seen examples that have obvious abrasion from something like a Brillo pad where they try to just rub that spot off the coin. It's still there. I mean, the coin has all kinds of scratches on it, but the spotting is still there. I just bought this group, folks, of accented hairs, and any accented hair is worth an incredible premium. There's dealers here selling them for almost $200. They're ungradable because of all the spots, but they still want almost $200 for them because they're rare in any condition. They have tremendous, tremendous absolute rarity. I just bought these, folks, and I paid a hefty premium for these sets that had some accented hair Kennedys in them. And I bought them, and I got to inspect them, and every one is so typical of an accented hair. Here's one. I'm just going to cut it out here, hand it to Sasha so you could see them. Here's how the sets were issued. They came in these envelopes, as you see here, very simple envelopes, and they were encased in cellophane, each coin in its own compartment. And of course, there would be this little letter in each one of these envelopes, and it says here, and this is from the superintendent of the U.S. Mint, if there should appear what may seem to you a defect, it is no doubt a crease in the packing material. We tell you this to save us both unnecessary correspondence. In other words, if you found a defect, you can't send it back to them, okay? There is no return privilege on these. So you get this set, folks, and I bought these, and it's an original packaging right here as you see it. I'm going to do a couple of these for you, and they're all so typical of the accented hair. And I'll hand it off to Sasha. And this one actually is not too bad, but the spot is pretty obvious. Right in front of Kennedy's nose there. Right in front of his nose. It's a milk spot, soap residue. And you can see a lot of other smaller spots as well. I mean, there's a lot of really small little spots all over the coin. And those don't come off. I'm going to open one more for you. Here's another one. I'm just taking them off the top here. This one is even, you know, it's pretty amazing that the Mint would let these pass through like this. But, you know, that's, again, the quality control back then, it was not like it was today. This is a beauty. And there you can see them. Okay. So if you can get one of these accented hairs in any condition, to me, any accented hair, even the ones you just saw, are going to be $500 coins someday. What I have in this special, folks, I have 2 accented hair grades in this special, where you're going to get a free copy of this latest book. From Whitman, you're going to get the hardcover special library edition with this offer. And wait till you hear the price on these. I have 2 different accented hairs I'm going to offer to you in this introductory offer. One of the accented hairs is in proof 66. The other is in the highest grade I have of this extremely rare variety. I have a handful of examples in proof 68. Now, the other coin in the set, though, is equally as important because it's the second Kennedy they struck in 1964 after they discontinued the accented hair, and it's what they call the Type 2 variety, with those design detail changes. Now, they also had a lot of quality control issues with that variety as well. Milk spots are a huge problem, but they're just not as big a problem as with the accented hair. Folks, I want you to take a look at introductory offer number 1. Here's an accented hair, proof 66, which is an extraordinary grade for an accented hair. I have a comp here. Well, one dealer for a proof 65 is asking $700. Set number 1, you're going to get the 2 Kennedy varieties from 1964, that most important year, the only year they were struck at the Philadelphia Mint on a 90% silver planchet. In 1965, they reduced the silver content, folks, to 40%. This is a 1-year type coin. And the accented hair was the very first Kennedy struck. And what you're going to get in intro set number 1 is an accented hair in proof 66. That is an extraordinary grade for this accented hair variety. I've got one dealer here, he wants $700 for a proof 65, which is, you know, where the price should be for this key rare date. And then the second coin, that Type 2, after they made the design changes, is an extraordinary proof 68. Proof 68. That is set number 1. Now, set number 2 is the best I have, and I've been specializing in these coins, again, since the early 1980s. I have a limited number of these with the accented hair in proof 68 condition. This is essentially a perfect coin. There have only been a handful graded higher than proof 68, folks. No spots, black mirrors, no hairlines. This is extraordinary. When you see the prices on these 2 sets, and the fact that you're getting the 3rd edition, the limited edition, hand-signed library edition of the Franklin and Kennedy book, look at that. It is like a modern proof. It's a jewel. And then the second variety is also a proof 68. Flawless to the eye. Flawless to the eye. Now, the accented hair, folks, as far as putting a value on this, what I told you at the very beginning, this is a set that will get you started off on the right foot at the price I have at today. I'm a specialist in these coins. I get first crack on the best deals, and so I can pass it along to you and give you the best prices. Here's an accented hair. Again, a spotted example. It's not even gradable. It's a spotted example like the first couple you saw in our presentation. The dealer wants almost $200 for. Here's a proof 65. that I spoke about earlier, $700 for a Proof 65. Here's a dealer for a Proof 66, a great price. A Proof 66, like you saw here, for $599, $600 for a Proof 66. That's just for the accented hair in Proof 66 condition. Now, Proof 68s, I've seen record prices now for these Proof 68s. Since my third edition came out, these coins are on fire, folks. Here's a dealer. He's got a Proof 68 he wants $1,300 for. Here's one, a Proof 68 that he's selling. This is a dealer, again, with 100% positive feedback, over 600 happy customers. A Proof 68 for the accented hair, $1,826. Now, the Type 2 variety, again, is not quite as rare. Not quite as rare, but here's a dealer asking for the Type 2 in Proof 68, $600 just for the Proof 68. Before I price them out, here's the total number certified of both varieties in Proof 68 condition. And there you see the total mintage of the Kennedy half dollar was 3,950,000 coins. Approximately 100,000 of those were the accented hair. Maybe 50, 60,000 have survived, meaning the Type 2 variety, about 3.8 million were struck. Now, in Proof 68 condition, the Type 2 variety, they've only graded about 13,000 examples in Proof 68. That's combined NGC and PCGS. The accented hair, folks, 2,088 coins. So you can see why dealers are asking those kinds of prices. And here you've got set number 1. My hardcover limited edition will be included in this set. The accented hair Proof 66 that other dealers are asking $600 for, the 64 in Proof 68, where one dealer is asking $600, I found one here that was only asking $350. That's $950 for the 2 coins, folks. I've got these sets. Call in now. $259 a set, and it will include the hardcover limited edition, the library edition, the special collector's edition that's signed and numbered by me. It's a $45 book. That's included in the package for $259. This is why at the very beginning of my presentation, I said if you're a collector or if you're not a collector, this is a great time to begin collecting, to begin your collection of Kennedy half dollars. And now my ultimate set. My ultimate set, where again, you have a dealer asking over $1,800 for the Proof 68. You have one dealer asking $600, another $350 for the Proof 68. So that's over $2,100, folks, on the Proof 68 set. Now again, I have a limited number of these Proof 68 accented hairs, so this presentation is going to be ending very, very shortly. I cannot offer that many of these sets because of the limited number of these Proof 68s. I should also add, I have a limited number of the Proof 66s. I've only got about 100 of those. And it's taken me about 2 years to put the 66s together. The 68s, I only have about 20 of. Now, I originally offered this set, folks, with an accented hair in Proof 65 about a month ago. We sold out of those. They're gone, okay? These are the best I have. The 68 sets, folks, the Proof 68 sets, the accented hair and the Type 2, both in Proof 68 with the book, is not going to be $2,100. It's not going to be $1,900. It's not going to be even $1,500. It's not going to be $1,095. $749 for the set with the accented hair, Proof 68, the Type 2 Kennedy, Proof 68, the limited edition, not the soft cover edition. The soft cover is only $19.95. The limited edition, hardcover, hand-signed and numbered, the total package, $749. We are getting a lot of folks calling in on this opportunity, this collector's opportunity. Once again, I'm going to wrap this up. What I have today are the 2 most important Kennedys you could possibly own, among the 2 most important half dollars of the 20th century. The 2 Kennedys struck in 1964 in proof condition. The only Kennedy struck in proof condition on 90% silver planchets at the old Philadelphia Mint using the old minting technologies in those old flat pack packaging. It's a 1-year type set. They're extremely rare. And at this price, folks, they are a bargain of a lifetime in the Kennedy half-dollar series. I've got the accented hair in Proof 66 in set number 1, Proof 66, and the Type 2 in Proof 68, where dealers are asking, just for the Proof 66 accented hair, are asking $600. And just for spotted examples that are not even gradable, they want $200 just for the accented hair for heavily spotted examples. And here you're getting the entire set for only $259 with the hardcover hand-signed limited edition. $259. We've got a lot of folks calling in on the accented hair, set number 1. People are asking if they can get more than one. Yes, you can get more than one. I should probably put a limit of it of 10 sets per caller because, again, I have a limited number of these accented hairs in Proof 66. So a limit of 10 sets per caller. Now on the set number 2, I think I have to put a limit of 3 sets per caller because I only have about 20 of the accented hairs in Proof 68. And at this price, folks, it's $749 for the set with the limited edition and signed hardcover. $749. This is the greatest gift you can give yourself if you're a collector who wants something really special from the 20th century. This first year of issue of this 1964 Kennedy, in the condition I have these coins, at the price I have them for, it's a collector's dream come true. If you've never collected coins before, this is getting started off on the right foot. This is what I've been doing now, folks, since the early 1980s, building the finest collections for my clients, and this is what I'd like to do for you today. Thank you for watching. I hope you take advantage of this. It's a great, great opportunity. Thank you.
You're watching Rare Collectibles TV.
What we are doing right now, this is a pre-sale, and this is one of the most exciting pedigree labels that has ever been issued. This is the first ever of the Kennedy half dollar of its type, and for this year, 2021, is the first time that these exclusive advance releases labels have been issued. This is the biggest news right now in the entire world of coin collecting and of certified coins, and this is what it's all about. I want you to take a look at the picture that we have. Now we're waiting, but we are in a little bit of a different position than everybody else who's waiting for these coins to come. Because we, in a way, got a backstage pass on these coins. There are just a handful of companies in this world who have literally been handpicked by the United States Mint and in collaboration with Numismatic Guarantee Corporation, you know them, they are the grading service that has granted us exclusive rights to the Reagan Mercanti label that we have on all of our Silver Eagle coins of perfect grade. Well, what's happened is, dare I say it, even more exciting than that. This has never been done before. We're talking about 2021. And every one of these half dollars of the Kennedy half dollar are solid silver. And they're also pure silver. And of course, before 2019, there had never been a pure silver Kennedy half dollar before. Also the grade, let's not forget that, they're Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. And you cannot get a higher grade because it's indicative of perfect condition. And you cannot get a higher designation of the cameo effect of the coin, that mirrored background and satiny foreground of the coins. The ultimate designation for any proof coin in the history of striking coins has been Ultra Cameo. Nobody does Ultra Cameo better than the United States Mint. So what I'm hoping I'm getting across to you is the quality of these coins are unsurpassed, the greatest, the highest ever, and the label of advanced releases that just a handful of companies around this world have access to. I started to tell you that really what this is a backstage pass. It's a quick route to the front of the line. Advanced releases is something that has never been done before, and I really want to read you the exact definition of this so I don't get anything wrong, because this is brand spanking new. You have seen it, by the way, on the Silver Eagles, but you have never seen it before on the Kennedy half dollar. And the other thing I want to tell you is I have been searching high and low. And right now I can stand here and I can tell you that Rare Collectibles TV is the first company out of the gate who is going to be guaranteed to get some of these coins. We are one of the companies that are in on this deal, and it's very special, let me tell you, but I want you to know, please give us a call. This is going to be huge. The phones are not going to stop ringing. It is going to be incredibly chaotic. But right now, while there's still a little calm before the storm, get on the line to get one of these coins. We are talking about not $1,500 or $2,000. You know, when these issues that are so special first hit the market, you see a mad dash for them, and people will be out and just to pay anything just to be guaranteed to get one of these coins. One of the reasons why there's such a mad dash all the time for these coins is right here. Let's take a look. When you go right down to the bottom line of this chart, what you see is historically and traditionally, even the bottom two lines, or I should say the bottom two lines, the percentage of proofs versus business strike of the proof Kennedy half dollars, of which this 2021 is certainly one of, is only 3.6%. The percentage of proof strikes that are certified perfect proof 70 grade is not even half of 1%, not even a quarter of 1%, 0.15%. Most of you collectors out there are also Kennedy half dollar collectors. You collect Morgan dollars, you collect gold, you collect the Lincoln cents, all of the greatest rarities that we sell. And I think maybe up at the top of your list, in some cases at the very top, is the Kennedy half dollar. This is a coin that has been aggressively sought after by collectors, by history buffs, over the years that since the coin has been first issued in 1964. The way we stand today on every Kennedy half dollar, the anticipation of these coins coming out has really cleaned the shelves out of all Kennedy half dollars. This is not something unique to coin collecting right now. I've seen it with Morgan dollars and Silver Eagles. It's a mad rush to get every single one of the coins coming out today. This one, again, is right there at the top of the list. I want to describe to you, in fact, I want to read to you directly off NGC's website their definition of the advanced releases. NGC offers the advanced releases designation for select coins, not every coin is going to be eligible, that are purchased by designated mint customers, that's us, prior to the publicly posted first day that the mint makes the new coin available for sale. The most exclusive label. That's what we're dealing with here. Now, you may have heard that a small handful, a group of dealers like us that purchase quantities from the U.S. Mint almost on a daily basis have been granted some special access to these labels and really invited to move to the very front of the line ahead of everybody else to get the very first of these coins. And if that it wasn't enough, the label of advanced releases speaks to the fact that days before the public notice of release is when we get a chance to get the coins. So naturally, everybody wants one. It's never been done before. $289. I really fear that there's not going to be enough of these coins for all the millions of collectors of the Kennedy half dollar. This table that I'm holding in my hand is from 1964 all the way to the present time. And it features mintages from every single year. And you know something, folks? You take a look at them, and there's millions and millions of coins. Well, every one of these coins are for the collectors, though. They're all proofs. The business strikes. If those figures were up here, it would go on for pages and pages. It would be like a small phone book. And there's millions of those collectors. But when you look at these coins right here, folks, these dates, these mintages, you can bet that each and every one of those coins represents a collector. That's what you're up against. Now, we know that they'd never make millions of these coins. The coins have small mintages year in and year out, especially lately. There's a lot of evidence of that. We anticipate that this year as well. But I will tell you this. This is the most exclusive label for the following reason. You have to be invited to get in on this label. We had to be invited. It's not open to everybody. It sounds a little bit like favoritism, doesn't it? Aren't we glad? Aren't we glad that Rare Collectibles is in a position where we get so much product from the U.S. Mint because it's because of you collectors, because there's the demand for it, that we were invited to partake in this. Ladies and gentlemen, $289. And I want to also tell you that as I stand here right now, and believe me, I looked, my compatriots here, we all spent lots of time trying to find if we were the first. And we were. So I am proud to stand here and tell you, it's not easy to be first out of the gate with something so exclusive. But I have to tell you, we did it. And timing, you know, timing means a lot. Timing is everything. Well, I think that saying, that cliche, timing is everything, was made for this deal. It really was. You are right now in the right place to get a pre-sale, to get advanced on the advance. Something that nobody else in the country is telling you right now. I can guarantee you an advanced releases label. I can guarantee you the highest perfect condition graded cameo coin, ultra cameo, you're ever gonna have in your collection. I can promise you that as the market takes off, and we've seen it before, I can name countless of examples where one day it's here and the next day it's boom. I can promise you a locked-in price of $289. If you can swing it, get as many as you can, because you're not going to regret it. But you are if you don't. I'm telling you right now, again, I've seen it a million times. You look back a couple of years, man, why didn't I get that 1995 W proof when I could have gotten it in the gold set for absolutely nothing? A $25,000 coin today. Don't regret it. This is an exemplary opportunity of how Rare Collectibles has really its finger on the pulse of the market. You can see a winner coming down the track from a long way, right? Because it's got the lead. This coin, ladies and gentlemen, is it. Don't miss out on it. It's a rare opportunity. We were invited, and you are now invited. Listen, I got to wrap this up, but I want to let you know that for $289, you're going to get the finest examples, and you're going to get the most unique issue of the Kennedy half dollar in a darn long time. And let us not forget also that you will own a really special coin and the third in the series of the pure silver Kennedy half dollars. Thank you so much for watching Rare Collectibles TV. Don't go anywhere because you know there's going to be a lot of good stuff coming up. And I will see you all really soon. Bye now.
I'm Jack McNamara, and I'm here at the historic New Orleans Mint in front of this 19th century coin press that would have struck 1,500 coins an hour. You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show.
Do you recognize this woman? Have you ever seen or handled a United States minted silver dollar like one of these? I remember as a kid, my grandparents had a couple of these in their bedroom drawer. They weren't coin collectors, but you didn't need to be a collector to appreciate
the magnificence of these really impressive old and large silver dollars. And the fact that most of them were so old, most were struck in the 1800s. These are the two sets that I have for you today, folks. Most of these silver dollars were struck in the 1800s. They're very high quality. And we have these sets at a terrific price. They're the superb Mint State 63 condition rarity Morgan dollar collections. We have the 9-coin set and the amazing 18-coin collection. Look at this. Every coin brilliant uncirculated, and I will be explaining what that means in a few minutes to all those new collectors out there. Now, when you think of the 1800s in this nation, what comes to mind? When I thought of Westerns when I was a kid, I thought of Westerns about, gunfights, the Wild West, and then you had the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln, 1800s. Here is a map of the United States of America in 1878. That's the first year that these coins I have for you today were struck, these Morgan dollars. We were quite literally, in terms of land, about half the country we are today. 1878 was the first year the first Morgan dollars were struck, on March 11th, 1878, at 3:17 p.m., to be precise, at the old Philadelphia Mint. Now, these coins came to be known as Morgan dollars because they were named after the engraver of the coin, an Englishman by the name of George T. Morgan. Now, it could have been called the Williams dollar, after the name of the model, a school teacher by the name of Anna Williams. Now, George Morgan gained fame and national recognition for his work, his name forever allied to this silver dollar. Anna Williams, she actually never wanted to model for the coin. Anna Williams reluctantly sat for 5 modeling sessions with Morgan in November 1876, after being convinced to do so by friends. Now, George Morgan was most impressed by her profile. He stated that it was the most perfect he had seen in England or America. And the silver dollar bearing her likeness was first struck on March 11, 1878. Now, a condition of her sitting for Morgan was that her identity would forever be kept secret. She did not want it revealed to anyone, but it was not kept secret for long. Word quickly got out that she was the model of this new silver dollar. She was very troubled by her newly acquired fame, receiving thousands of letters and visits at both her home and workplace. She preferred not to talk about her modeling work with Morgan. She eventually went to teach at another school. Times were very different back then, folks. That was almost 150 years ago. Now, I have specialized in Morgan dollars for over 35 years. In many ways, Morgan dollars are the backbone of U.S. numismatics. And there are more coin collectors in the United States of America than in any other country in the world. And there is not a silver dollar more widely collected in America, in more people's homes, in their safes, drawers, safe deposit boxes, and essentially every coin shop you ever walk into in the country, you will find Morgan dollars. Now, Morgan dollars were struck from 1878 through 1904. Almost 600 million were struck during that time period. It was discontinued, but then in 1918, the government passed the Pittman Act and melted down 270,232,722 silver dollars for their bullion, most of which went to our ally in World War I, Great Britain. In other words, almost half the Morgan silver dollars minted were melted back down for their bullion. Now, the silver mining interests in the West, in the Senate, were not in favor of the Pittman Act and the melting of silver dollars. However, they agreed to allow the melt if the government agreed to replace the silver dollars in the future with silver from United States mines. And so in 1921, the mint struck the Morgan dollar for one last year, using silver from United States mines. I've made numerous Morgan silver dollar presentations the past almost decade. And in so many cases, the silver dollars we offered increased in value, and we had to either discontinue the offer or continue the offer with those coins at a much, much higher price. What makes the Morgan dollars I have today such a great opportunity is the fact that here we are with silver at around $30 an ounce, and I have some rare, uncirculated Morgan dollars for only a few times their melt value. Let me show you this. These are a couple 1896 O's I picked up at a local coin shop for about $35. And there you see the date on the obverse, 1896, and on the reverse, at around 6 o'clock at the bottom, you can see the O for the New Orleans Mint. Now, folks, I picked up those coins again for about $35 a coin. Now, I've got this is actually about a half bag of Morgan dollars, about 500. Now, if you can imagine 1,000 of these, if I had 1,000 1896 Morgan dollars in that condition for $35 a coin, that would be about $35,000. Okay? But if it were an original mint bag with 1896 Morgan dollars in the bag, just as they had left the New Orleans Mint, coins that had never been in circulation, like the coins I have for you today, folks, that bag would probably be valued in the neighborhood of $5 to $10 million. Here's an example of an 1896 sold in auction in Mint State 63, uncirculated condition, folks. Sold for over $22,000, same date, but uncirculated, in an original mint bag of 1,000 silver dollars from the mint. All the coins would be in a condition we call uncirculated. They have never been in circulation. Still in the bag as they left the mint, hence uncirculated. Now, at the same time, when you imagine 1,000 silver dollars in this bag, the process of minting one of these silver dollars, even then, the coins would not be perfect, and here's why. They are struck on the die press. They're ejected from the die press into a bin, one silver dollar landing on another. They would then go through coin counting machines, literally get dumped into bags. The bags would be thrown on trains to be shipped to banks around the country. And these large, heavy silver dollars would typically accumulate a lot of marks along the way in this process. Now, we refer to the marks as bag marks, implying that the marks were accumulated while in the bag, when in fact there were many steps along the way when these silver dollars could have acquired these marks. While in the coin bin, going through the coin counting machines, being sorted before being dumped into the bag, and all uncirculated silver dollars have marks or bag marks. It's just a question of how many bag marks. In the case of our fictional uncirculated 1896 Morgan dollar bag, the coins would be graded by PCGS or NGC, the two most respected independent professional grading services in the country, using the 70-point Sheldon grading scale. Now, on that scale, if the coins had gone into circulation, they would receive a grade between 1 and 58. The lower the number, the heavier the wear on the coin. Those silver dollars I showed you earlier with the very heavy wear, those coins would typically get a number somewhere between 6 and 10. Now, the 1896-0 Morgan dollars in our fictional uncirculated bag, the examples with the heaviest bag marks in the bag, with the most bag marks, might grade MS61 or MS60. MS60 is the lowest grade an uncirculated coin can receive. It is a very heavily marked coin that is not damaged. The highest grade any Morgan dollar has ever received from either PCGS or NGC is MS69. They all have bag marks, folks, and there's only a handful of those. To successfully collect Morgan dollars, it's vitally important to focus on condition rarity, because there are really two kinds of rarity when we talk about rare coins. There's absolute rarity. Absolute rarity is a coin that's rare in any condition. One of the most famous coins with absolute rarity, the 1913 Liberty nickel. The Mint only struck 5 examples. So even if you had the lowest quality example of those 5, it's still worth in the millions of dollars. Now, the other kind of rarity is what we refer to as condition rarity. Condition rarity refers to a coin that may be common in low-grade condition. For example, that 1896-0 that I showed you at the beginning of the presentation in circulated condition that I was able to acquire for $35. Well, that's because they struck almost 5 million examples. So it's easy to find in circulated condition. But it becomes a very rare coin in uncirculated condition. Like you saw the example that sold in auction in Mint State 63 for over $20,000. So when it comes to collecting Morgan dollars, it's most important to focus on condition rarity, uncirculated Morgan dollars. Take a look at this chart, folks. Again, the Mint struck over 650 million Morgan dollars. Around 270 million were melted down, leaving a little over 380 million. Of those, only about 1.7% have been certified in uncirculated condition, Mint State 60 and higher grade. 1.7% of that total surviving mintage, folks. That's what we refer to as condition rarity. Here's one of the many awards my clients have received over the years. This one given out in 2016, Best Classic Set of Proof Morgan Dollars, to one of my clients. Folks, this is what I do. I will never consider myself a salesman. It's not about me talking the talk. It's about assisting my clients. You folks watching today, it's about helping you walk the walk. And that's what I've been doing since the 1980s. And I have the perfect Morgan dollar collections for you today, folks, that offers you the maximum in quality, eye appeal, and rarity for a most collector-friendly price. In this first 9-coin collection, we begin with the 1881S, meaning this coin was struck at the San Francisco Mint, the 1883-0 New Orleans Mint, and then an 1884-0. And in the second row, we have an 1885, which means it was struck at the Philadelphia Mint. The Philadelphia Mint did not put a mint mark on their silver dollars. So if you have a silver dollar without a mint mark, it means it was struck at the Philadelphia Mint. And then there's an 1885-0 and an 1886 that was struck at the Philadelphia Mint. And then in the bottom row, we have an 1887 struck at the Philly Mint, an 1898-0, and the most important 1904-0, because that is the last Morgan dollar struck at the New Orleans Mint. The New Orleans Mint last struck coins in 1909, only 5 years after that, folks, and it shut down the coin facility after 1909. And then we have this ultimate 18-coin collection. It includes those 9 dates, but it has some extremely scarce issues in Mint State 63. It begins with the 1879S on the top row. And there you see the 81S, And then we go to the 1883P, very scarce. 1883O, the last two coins on the row, extremely scarce, 1884P in Mint State 63. And folks, we have an 1884 struck at the Carson City Mint, that most elusive mint in the Morgan Dollar series in Mint State 63. And then we get to the second row. 1884O, 1885P, 1885 New Orleans, 1886 Philadelphia Mint, 1887 Philadelphia Mint, very scarce 1888, and then we get to the bottom row. 1889 struck at the Philadelphia Mint, 1896, 1898 New Orleans, 99 New Orleans, and then the 1904 New Orleans, and finally the 1921 Philadelphia Mint Morgan Dollar. All in beautiful Mint State 63, folks. How these can survive with so few bag marks in this uncirculated condition. This is what we call condition rarity. Now, folks, I put together charts showing the condition rarity of these coins in Mint State 63 condition in descending order from the most common issues in uncirculated condition to the rarer issues in uncirculated condition. Now, the coins in this set, all Morgan dollars, are really elusive in uncirculated condition. You can see the 1881S. In the grade we're talking about, only around 64,000 coins out of an original mintage of over 12 million. The coins highlighted in blue are all the coins you're getting in the 9-coin set, beginning with the 1881S, the 1884O, 85O, 1887P, the 1904O, only around 50,000 coins certified in Mint State 63, 1886P, 47,000, and 1883O, but then there are two more coins on the second page. And here we get to some even more elusive issues, what I call scarce states. And in that first 9-coin set, we have the 1885P, folks, only 30,000 coins certified in 6-3 condition, PCGS and NGC combined, and then the 1898O. Look at that as a bonus, folks, only 23,000 examples. The entire 9-coin collection is $1,495 for all 9 coins in beautiful Mint State 63. Every coin hand-selected by myself or my partner, Jack McNamara, folks. This is what we do. Only the finest Morgan dollars for the date and grade. Only $1,495. It's available on our 2-payment plan. So if you want to get this set, the 9-coin set, put half down today of only $747.50, and we'll hold one of these sets for you with your name on it and put it in our vault and pay the balance in 30 days. Now, folks, in auction, some of these coins in Mint State 63, here's just one example, the 1884O. One of the most common dates in high-grade Mint State 63. One of the most common dates. That coin alone sold in auction for $840, just for that one coin. But if you can swing it, please get the big set, the 18-coin set, folks. There are some dates here that are so elusive in Mint State 63. Now let's go back to that condition rarity chart. Now again, in the 18-coin set, you get the original 9 from the 9-coin set. And you can see them highlighted on this first page, highlighted in blue. But you also get the 1921P that you see on this first page at the very bottom. And that very elusive 1879S, folks, in Mint State 63 condition. And then we get all these scarce dates in the 18-coin set. You get the 1884 Carson City, only around 22,000 certified in 6-3 condition, 1899O, 1896P, 89p, and 1888p, folks, fewer than 20,000 certified. But we're not done, because then we get to these two really elusive issues. On the next page, very scarce 1883p. Only 25,000 certified in all grades of mint state, of which only around 7,500 in 6.3 condition. And finally, we go to this last page. And this is very interesting because you have the 1884p. It's a rare coin in all grades of mint state, only less than 20,000 certified in all grades of mint state, folks, from an original mintage of over 14 million, of which only 7,600 certified in mint state 63. Now you see some of these coins selling in auction. Here's just a few comps. Here's an 1884 Carson City, mint state 63, over $400 just for that one coin. Here's an 1888p, $460 in mint state 63. 1883p, folks, scarce date. Again, sold in auction. This is what a price realized in auction, $600 just for the 1883p. One last comp, 1896p. It's not even among the rarest dates in this set. Over $850 just for an 1896p mint state 63. We have this beautiful mint state 63 hand-selected set for you today, folks, for less than $200 a coin. It's going to be a limited time offer getting this set together with these rare dates in this condition. The entire set, all 18, not $49.95 or $39.95, but $2,995 for the entire 18-coin set. It, too, is available on the two payment option. So if you can't swing the entire $29.95 today, folks, just call in now. Put half down of only $1,497.50, and we'll hold one of these sets for you with all these rare key date issues, including the 83p, the 84p, that 1884 Carson City. So when I talk about the Carson City Mint, folks, the Carson City Mint was a tiny mint. It only struck Morgan dollars from 1878 to 1893. Over that entire span, the Carson City Mint struck fewer than 14 million silver dollars. Any Carson City Mint Morgan dollar is a most desirable Morgan dollar, folks. It has the greatest romance of all the 5 mints in the Morgan dollar series. And you're getting a beautiful, choice MS-63 specimen as part of this 18-coin set. The entire set, again, $29.95. This set is so much work to put together to get all these more elusive issues at this price point for only $1,497.50 down today, folks, and the balance in 30 days. Folks, what I love about doing this live on TV is that we can't Photoshop these pictures. You go on the internet, you look at coin photos, and they can manipulate those pictures to make all the coins look great. What you see here is what you get. Take a look at this 1883p, one of the key dates. How a Morgan dollar, this size, again, remember the process. These coins were not struck for collectors. They were struck for commerce. They were meant to be spent. People would use these coins to buy things with. They were ejected into a bin, one coin falling on top of another. They'd go through coin counting machines. They would be dumped into bags. The bags would be thrown onto trains to be shipped to banks around the country. To survive in this condition is miraculous. And this is why they offer such a great opportunity. At this price level, this is a ground floor opportunity. And then this 84p. Again, take a look at this specimen. Look at the surfaces. Full strike, exceptional luster, so few marks. Again, there are no Morgan dollars, folks, in existence struck for commerce that have no bag marks. They all have marks. It's just a question of how many marks. To find them so near mark-free is just breathtaking. Such a large coin. And of course, the Carson City issue. So few Carson City Morgan dollars struck. over the entire history of the Carson City Mint, and we've got one in this set for you today, folks. 1884, with this iconic Carson City double mint mark at the bottom, CC for Carson City. The only mint of the 5 mints with this double unique Carson City mint mark. And finally, the last coin in the series, the last year Morgan dollars were struck, the 1921, struck at the Philadelphia Mint. This is what we refer to as condition rarity, because in 1921, the Philadelphia Mint struck over 44 million Morgan dollars, over 44 million. But in Mint State 63, they've only certified PCGS and NGC combined only around 58,000 coins, folks. This is condition rarity. To find a 21p in this spectacular condition, Mint State 63, a choice uncirculated. So few bag marks on a coin this old, understanding the process, how these coins were struck and handled over the years to survive in this condition. And that's what gives these two sets such great long-term potential, folks. Again, the 9-coin set is a spectacular value at 2 payments of only $747.50. But if you can swing it, the 18-coin set with all those very scarce, elusive issues, including that Carson City issue, is such a great opportunity for 2 payments of only $1,497.50. I want to thank you for joining me in this presentation. This is truly a labor of love. I've been collecting Morgan dollars now for well over 40 years, folks. And this is just a great, great time to begin your collection of Morgan dollars. I hope you can take advantage of this opportunity. Thank you for watching.
Start your engines because we have a really rare gold deal and there's not a lot of coins. I want to tell you right up front, you should get online right now, and the reason for that is there's not even 1 coin for every state in the Union. These are from the Civil War era. In fact, they're from the very beginning of the Civil War, and these are the very first United States gold coin ever issued. First issued in 1795. These coins are half eagles. They're the $5 gold, the workhorse coin of American commerce. This coin meant so much to the population of the United States. It bought so much. It provided so much. It was used so much. And as a result, we are going way back in time. Now, I got to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, when you look at later issues of the $5 gold half eagle, they are infinitely a wonderful, rare coin to own, especially in Mint State, or if you're lucky enough, in any condition. But when we start talking about coinage from the Civil War era, now that was the era of the ultimate shortage of coinage. The United States of America was not producing a lot of coins. The Civil War, well, prior to that, was looming, and coins were just not being struck in any abundance. And most of the coins were being hoarded. Well, not really hoarded. They were being kept so they could be spent for all the necessary goods of the day. And wait till you hear what $5 would do for you in 1861, what you could buy and how long you could make it last. And then you're going to really understand why these coins in Mint State, or any grade, frankly, are the hardest of all to get. These are $5 gold half eagles. The very first coin of gold ever struck by the United States of America was the half eagle, first struck in 1795. And ladies and gentlemen, these coins bear no motto, no "In God We Trust." That was added later in 1866. These coins were also mint state. These are extremely difficult to get in circulated condition, let alone mint state. So I implore you to get online right now because, as I said, quantities are really limited here. It takes a full year to accumulate these coins in mint state and about 5 minutes to sell them to collectors. So get ready. We have them available in 2 mint state grades, mint state 61 and mint state 62. I think it's really important to give some background for these coins. And I want you guys to take a look at, well, some mintage figures that we've written up here. And notice all the dates. And I want you to just see what mintages are and all these great coins. These are all half eagles, $5 gold half eagles. And I want to show you all these years and all these mintages and how difficult these coins are to acquire today. And then you're going to find something really amazing about the 1861s struck at Philadelphia. They have an extremely tiny mintage. And it was really apropos for the population and the amount of coins needed. But I think when it came to the 1861, they really did not figure in the pent-up demand for $5 gold. There's the coin, 1861, and the mintage. 688,084. And this is going to really illustrate the rarity of the coin as you start to see how many of these coins have been certified, have been populated in all grades of circulated, in all grades of uncirculated. And then you're going to be really surprised at some of the dates that you collect for $5 gold much later on in the series. 1892 and 1908, the very last year, and how the populations of these coins in uncirculated are immense compared to the 1861. I want to price this coin for you right now. We have it available, as I said, in 2 different grades, mint state 61 and mint state 62. We're going to be offering the mint state 61s, and this is an early price drop here, ladies and gentlemen. 1861 in mint state 61, $2,695. And I'm going to get a lot more excited about the price on this. Wait till you see all of the background information that goes with this unbelievable price. But the quantities are so small, this presentation is going to be so short, I want you to get in line right now because I don't want you to miss out. We're splitting this into 2 payments. In mint state 61 at $2,695, 2 payments of $1,347.50. Now, I'm also going to price the mint state 62s right now as well. These are immensely rare and extremely undervalued. Mint state 62. $3,595 available also on a 2-pay of $1,797.50. Obviously, everybody knows that 1861 was the beginning of the Civil War. And during the Civil War, it was really tough to get any coinage whatsoever. Don't forget, this was the time of hard time tokens and Civil War tokens where private issues were accepted by merchants all over the country because there simply was no coinage being produced by the United States Mint of any abundance to satisfy all the demand. So we have a very small mintage, very small. But then something amazing with the 1861. We've distilled this down into a table that makes these coins just jump off the page. First of all, let's take a look. The mintage at 688,084 coins. The total certified by both of the major grading services, that's NGC and PCGS, in all grades of mint state for this year, that's mint state 60 to mint state 69. And when, by the way, 1861s did not grade in 6.9, 6.8, or 6.7. 6.6 was the highest grade. And there are a mere 641 of these coins that have been graded by both grading services since the mid-1980s in all grades of uncirculated. 641 coins. And if you like percentages, that bottom line right there is not even 1/10 of 1% of the mint state population against the mintage. So why are these so difficult to get? Well, you're going all the way back to 1861. There's a lot of factors that came into play, but I dug out this article, and I really think it illustrates what was going on in 1860, 1861. And the title of the article is Where Money Went in 1860. Groceries. I mean, groceries were a must-buy for everybody. And when you see what you could buy in 1861, you'll understand why this coin was so valuable, because it could provide virtually everything a family needed for a great amount of time. So these coins were not saved. They weren't put away. They were spent. They were worn out. They were melted down by the government as the dates wore off. A lot of a household budget in 1861 went to buying food. Rice was 6 cents a pound. Beans, 6 cents for a dry quart. Sugar, 8 cents a pound. Now, this doesn't sound like very much, right? 9 cents a pound for beef. Bacon, even back then, 12 cents a pound. It was a premium. Butter, 16 cents. Eggs, 20 cents a dozen. Ladies and gentlemen, that's just for the food budget. So you could see that $5 meant so much. How about clothes? Now, back in the day, unless you were well-heeled, unless you were wealthy, you made your own clothes. So it cost about 10 cents for a yard of fabric. And so it took about 5 yards to make a dress. And so you'd be looking at something, you could make a dress for 50 cents. So money went a long way. And when you got a hold of $5, especially in gold, you could buy so many things. Take a look at this. Housing. A $2,500 rent in today's world would be considered reasonable today. But check this out. In 1860, the same amount would buy a 2-bedroom house in Brooklyn. And if you were renting, as most people were in the big cities, you could rent a house for $4.50 a month. So you could see when you had a $5 gold coin, you could virtually house your family and buy groceries. So these coins were vital to the American public. And they were the most widely used of all the gold coins because $5 was in just about everybody's pocket. I want to show you some extremely famous issues of $5 gold as it compares to the 1861p. Equally as famous, maybe even the most famous of all, the beginning of the Civil War. And I just want to show you some of these dates. Now, ladies and gentlemen, take a look at this. 1861, the mintage, 688,000. In circulated conditions, circulated populations as graded by both of the grading services, 3,841 coins. And that's from a coin in the worst condition of circulated all the way to almost uncirculated. Now take a look at uncirculated, the next column over. In all grades that exist, only 641 coins have ever been certified by both of the grading services. Now, you jump to 1880. Reconstruction was going on. The mintage of over 3 million coins is a gigantic jump. Now take a look at the circulated population, 4,651 coins. Now take a look at the uncirculated, and this is glaring here, ladies and gentlemen, 1,815 coins. Now let's go down to 1892. 1892 is a banner year for U.S. mint production. There are a lot of rare coins that were issued that year. Now take a look at how few of the $5 gold, only 753,000. The circulated population of that coin, 419, but the uncirculated, 3,141. Now, what does that tell you? It tells you that by the mid-1980s, in the current time that we're in right now, more coins exist in uncirculated condition of 1892 Ps than they do of circulated. You go just a few years later to 1900 from Philadelphia. Mintage has jumped a lot, 1.4 million. 1,813 coins certified in circulated condition. Now take a look at the uncirculated. There is a pool of 32,599 coins to select from when you want a 1900P in all grades of uncirculated. 32,599. Now when you compare that to 1861s at 641 coins, that is rarity, ladies and gentlemen. I'll tell you, the 1861 is going to qualify as a conditional rarity any day of the week, but absolutely rare. And what that means is, no matter what grade you're going to find an 1861 selling in, you are going to be experiencing rare coin money. Here is a comparison price from an auction that took place of an 1861 in one of the highest grades, if not the highest grade known, Mint State 66. This coin transacted at auction for close to $50,000, over $48,000. What's so special about that? Well, that was 2011. By 2015, 4 years later, that coin in Mint State 66 brought nearly $153,000 at auction. 1861 from Philadelphia, right in the heart of the Civil War, right in the beginning of the Civil War, is a flat-out rare coin. You know a coin is rare when you find one that is listed on the holder as being cleaned. Details. In other words, the surfaces have been modified. But even then, take a look at what this coin will bring. This is a Mint State 60, and it says details on the holder, and that means this coin has obvious signs of improper cleaning, and it still is nearly $4,200. So, ladies and gentlemen, in Mint State 61, $2,395. And take a look at the 61s, because what you're looking at right there is original luster, a coin that had never entered circulation. The few of these coins that were put away in the year of 1861 and collected and passed down ever since then. Folks, when you want a $5 gold Liberty and you want to buy it in quantity, you're going to have to select a much later date. In fact, even the 1908, the last year of the $5 gold Liberty before they transitioned to the Indian head, that coin compares amazingly to the 1861. It's a really tough coin to get. I'll tell you more about that in a second. But when you see these coins, take a look at this one. Sold at auction, almost $4,140. So, when you can acquire Mint State gold from the period of the Civil War, when you ask any dealer, any collector, read any published material, the facts are this. The hardest United States gold to get are the coins that were issued during the Civil War. Most of them have completely disappeared from overuse and melting by our government. Now, when did our government melt these coins? Well, we began melting these coins during the Great Depression. Now, don't forget, these coins were struck in 1861 with a really small mintage. So many of those coins were taken out of circulation because they were worn down from being constantly spent. But then during the Great Depression, and this was beginning in 1933, decades and decades later, these are the melt figures as published by the Treasury Department that took place during the years of 1933 to 1939. And you can see that over 1/3 of all the $5 golds ever struck were melted down by our own government just during that period of time. Doesn't even take into account all the worn out coins and all the melting that took place before then. So that when you remove over 1/3 the amount of coins that were originally struck, you end up with all dates being extremely difficult to get in mint state. But no date that I have found, and I've done a lot of research on this, I spent hours and hours trying to figure out where we could get just a few more coins. Can't be done. 1861, coins from the Civil War and prior to the Civil War are really the cutoff date in ultimate rarity. This is something that we pride ourselves on here at Rare Collectibles TV. And I mention that because we're not just an ordinary show about coins. We live and breathe coins every single day of the week. We're out there buying them. And we get an opportunity only once in a while to buy a deal like this. And I want you to take a look at these coins. You'll notice that they're all PCGS certified. They're all Mint State 61 or Mint State 62. And what that means, when you can get an uncirculated coin from that time period that is authenticated, graded, and accurately described, it's a winner. These coins don't exist. Almost every single one was circulated, was spent. These coins were struck to be used in commerce. They were meant to be spent. These are the few that have outlasted time, that have been put away, that have been treasured, and we've got a few of them. And when we talk about $5 gold in the history, especially numismatically speaking, of the United States of America, this was the very first denomination of gold the U.S. ever issued in 1795. And these were known as half eagles. And it was shortly after that that the $10 eagle joined the ranks. Now you also had the quarter eagle, the 2.5. And a little bit later, in 1850, the double eagle joined the series of gold issued by the United States of America. These were denominated. Eagle was a denomination, in fact, the very first denomination of gold. The fact that these survive today, ladies and gentlemen, is the most amazing part about this deal. The opportunity to collect coins that are from the actual time period of the beginning of the Civil War. And when you think about how much purchasing power a coin like this would have, it's amazing that they have survived to this day in mint state, in uncirculated condition. Gold is really soft. It's 90% pure. If a coin is released into circulation just once, used in a transaction, it will be obvious wear. It will have some form of wear, even if it's just one time being spent and taken out of circulation immediately. In order for a coin to grade by one of the most prestigious grading services in all the world, it has to be viewed under 5-time magnification to detect even the slightest bit of wear, to make sure all the original luster is present and the crispness of strike. These fall under that category of being true uncirculated rarities from the beginning of the Civil War. Can you imagine who owned these coins? Who passed them down? And the journey that they've taken all of this time to get to where we are today. And the opportunity to own something, not just vintage from the Civil War, but actual items that were so important to the people who lived during that time. These coins normally would keep people going, but somewhere along the line, a tiny fraction of the original mintage, which was very small to begin with, have been treasured and put aside. This never happens to vintage Civil War gold, but this is a hoard that is so small and so valuable. Folks, I can tell you right now, if you're not on the line, there is still time. Please, I say this in almost a pleading manner, and the reason why, I know that for those of you who may think, I'm going to wait on this and see what develops, I'm going to look around, I've got to tell you, you're going to be that individual that I'm going to talk to privately, that's going to call me up on the phone, and you're going to beg me to find you one of these. And I'm going to have to break your heart, because I'm going to tell you, they all went on the presentation. This is one of those coins you don't want to wait on. All the facts bear it out. Hardly any in Mint State have ever been graded. The price is amazing. It compares below the market at coins that have also sold below the market. Its rarity is up there with some of the finest 20s and some of the finest 10s. In fact, they're even harder to get because these coins, again, were the workhorse coin of the American economy. Coins like these will never be available in Mint State 68 or Mint State 69 or Mint State 70. We all know that. So the opportunity to own Civil War gold in Mint State is an amazing chance to own a piece of history. And I got to tell you, judging by how seldom these coins are seen, how seldom they are certified, and how low the mintage is, this could be your only opportunity, and I don't want you to miss out. This has got to end right now because the coins are going quick. Don't miss the deal. You have an opportunity for Mint State 61 or Mint State 62. The price is amazing. The quality is assured. This is Rare Collectibles TV, and this is the place you come to find Mint State gold that you'll never see anywhere else. So I want to thank you so much for watching and invite you to stay tuned for more great stuff. We'll see you soon.
I'm Caitlin Tomaska with another feature in our Did You Know series in U.S. numismatics. The Morgan dollar, Peace dollar, Walking Liberty half, Standing Liberty quarter. Some of the most stunning and profound designs in numismatics are found on these coins, and they all have the same inspiring symbol of America, Lady Liberty. When we think of these timeless representations on our coinage, we often think of Augustus St. Gaudens, Anthony de Franchici, or Adolph Weinman, the great artists who designed the United States coins we have the great pleasure of offering here on Rick's U.S. Coin Show. But what of the muse, the women who inspired those artists that create these iconic images we are so familiar with? While the coinage that display liberty are known for their intrinsic beauty, and the artists are commended for their incredible talent and insight, we rarely hear about the women who are vital in making these great numismatic creations come to life, our Ladies of Liberty. It is with great pleasure that today I will be introducing to you one of these young women. She posed as Liberty for one of our most famous classic silver dollars, a coin that was created during the Renaissance era of the United States coinage, the Peace dollar. Now, the artist who created this masterpiece was a talented young Italian immigrant named Anthony de Franchici. However, as we all know, behind every great man is a great woman, Teresa de Franchici, his wife. Like Anthony, Teresa was also an Italian immigrant. She was born Mary Teresa Caffarelli in a town south of Naples, Italy in 1898. At the age of 5, she emigrated to America aboard a steamer with her family. They came here because they believed in America and what America stands for, a special place where all are created equal in their pursuit of life, liberty, and happiness, where someone who worked hard at making an honest living could have a better life than their parents. They embraced the American dream and the uniquely American values that have made our country great. So when Teresa saw the Statue of Liberty, she was immediately taken by it. She called her family over and imitated Liberty's proud pose as they passed it by. She was enamored by Liberty and the symbol she represented as her family began their new life in this great country in pursuit of their own dreams. Years later, she said in an interview, "I was, of course, impressed by that statue. I think it's a wonderful statue, and I think it means a great deal to almost everyone who has come over here from another country. And I've been very grateful to this country all my life." Her family settled in Clinton, Massachusetts, and Teresa became the first person of Italian descent to graduate from Clinton High School in 1918. However, throughout grade school, she was repeatedly heartbroken when she was not chosen to play Lady Liberty for school productions. Little did she know that when she married Anthony in 1920, she would become the muse for Liberty on one of our nation's most symbolic coins. It was in 1921 that the United States Commission of Fine Arts held a contest for the new commemorative dollar of peace. Anthony entered the contest and chose Teresa as his model due to the short length of the competition. He recalled how he opened the window of his studio to let the wind blow through Teresa's hair as he worked on his design. The final product was what De Franchisi said to a newspaper columnist, not a photograph of Mrs. De Franchisi, but was a composite face that typified something of America. He added that his goal was to capture the spirit of the country, its intellectual speed, vigor, and vitality. While the nose and full mouth of Liberty were like Teresa's, her face was overall elongated to create the peace dollar seen today. She later wrote to her brother Rocco, "You remember how I was always posing as Liberty, and how broken-hearted I was when some other little girl was selected to play the role in the patriotic exercises in school? I thought of those days often while sitting as a model for Tony's design. And now, seeing myself as Miss Liberty on the new coin, it seems like the realization of my fondest childhood dream." Teresa thought it fitting that one of America's greatest coinage was created by immigrants, stating, "Being an immigrant sharpens one's appreciation for what this country means. I'm very, very grateful for all that it has done for me. There are a lot of inequities, of course. There are in every country. But with it all, I think it's a great country." Teresa De Franchisi, an Italian immigrant who became an icon of the American dream.
Welcome to Rare Collectibles TV. I'm James Gerstel. I'm presenting peace dollars right now. We don't have that much time. We only have 25 minutes here, and this is a big collection. This is an unbelievable opportunity to buy a coin that in mint state is much rarer than a mint state Morgan dollar. That's a fact of peace dollar existence, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I know a lot of folks who watch our show are Morgan dollar collectors and are beginning to experience the rarity of peace dollars. Now, the Morgan dollar was struck from 1878 to 1921. In 1921, the first peace dollars were issued. It was a very special coin. It was struck as a high relief. The only high relief silver dollar the United States of America ever issued up until that point. And it was a coin that honored the end of World War I, which at the time was known as the war to end all wars. The peace dollar is a coin that is beginning to get a lot of attention. It was a relatively short series produced from 1921 to 1928. Now, in 1929, the Great Depression began. And there were no peace dollars produced in 1929, nor were there any in 1930 or in 31 or 1932 or 1933. But peace dollar production was resumed again in 1934 and ended in 1935. And as we look at the peace dollar series, something glaring jumps out. Peace dollars in mint state are infinitely rarer than Morgan dollars in mint state. Much harder to get, much harder to grade, a different strike, a different design. The Morgan dollar was designed by George T. Morgan as a bold example of liberty and freedom, whereas the peace dollar was a little bit different. On the reverse, the eagle is in repose, resting on a mountaintop with the words peace engraved near the top of the mountain, near the pinnacle. And this had never been done before on any coin where there was an additional word added. We always had E pluribus unum, in God we trust, but this one time the word peace was used. And interestingly enough, if you haven't heard the story already, the original reverse design of that peace dollar, where you see the olive branches of peace in the eagle talons, originally there was actually a broken sword. News of this peace dollar design was publicized in newspapers all over the country prior to its release. And because of the uproar of all the U.S. citizens who thought that the broken sword was reflective of defeat rather than victory in World War I, really it was demanded by the population of the country that that reverse be reworked. And I wonder if you know that the gentleman who came in at the very last minute to rework that reverse die was none other than George T. Morgan himself. And it was really an all-night affair where he worked just the day before these coins were scheduled to begin to be struck to change the reverse of that coin. So when you look at the peace dollar, you see that George T. Morgan had a huge hand in its design. And as I said, the Morgan dollar was struck from 1878 to 1921. This is an auction price realized for an MS-67 1921 Morgan dollar. I don't think there's a better way to illustrate how rare peace dollars are than this illustration right here. This Morgan dollar is in a PCGS MS-67, and it's a very, very difficult grade to achieve. Mint State 67, it's near the finest known. That coin brought almost $20,000 at auction. Now I want to show you the difference between a Mint State peace dollar in terms of rarity and a Morgan dollar. And I could have charts and populations, but this is the most important part. Here is a 1922 peace dollar struck at the Denver Mint, grading in Mint State 67, $90,000. Now, the reason why that coin in a Mint State 67, the same grade as the 1921 Morgan, brought $90,000 over the $19,975 is extreme rarity. The instance of a peace dollar grading in a Mint State grade is way rarer than a Morgan. Now, one of the most wonderful things you may accomplish as a coin collector is achieving the ownership of a complete collection of a series of coins. In this instance, peace dollars. And Rare Collectibles TV wants to make sure every collector who has the ambition and the desire to achieve complete collections in silver dollars, we'd love to work with you to make that happen. We do that every day. And a great place to start today is in the Peace Dollar series. Because peace dollars being struck from 1921 to 1935 with tons of years skipped in between is a much shorter series. But quantities of coins and mintages of coins in many instances were quite large. And therefore, when these coins were struck for quantity and not quality, to be released into circulation and also to be deposited in the Treasury to back up the amount of paper money that was being printed. Back in the 1920s, when paper money was issued, it wasn't wantonly issued the way we print paper money today. It had to be backed by hard assets on deposit in the Treasury, and that meant silver dollars. And in order to do that, you had to strike silver dollars. And the peace dollar was the coin that was chosen, the design. For you collectors who want to begin to collect the peace dollar, here it is. An opportunity to buy a 1922 and a 1923. And we have deliberately chosen these two dates because I want you to see the mintage totals of those two coins. Over 80 million coins, that's a lot. But the occurrence in Mint State 63, the populations are incredibly low percentage-wise. 1922P, in this case, it's at the bottom of the table there. The mintage was well over 50 million. But the amount that had been certified in a Mint State 63, and this is so important, ladies and gentlemen, because the amount that have certified of Morgan dollars in Mint State 63 is immensely more than the Peace dollar. For this coin with a mintage over 51 million, 164,000 coins exist in 63. And when you look at the percentage, that's not even 1/3 of 1%. That's not almost 1/3 of the mintage. It's 1/3 of 1%. And the highest known grade there, finest known, a Mint State 67. Now, when you go up one to the 1923, because options, ladies and gentlemen, a 2-coin set, 1922, 1923, in Mint State 63, $199 at Rare Collectibles TV. But I want you to take a look at just how rare it is for these coins to grade in that grade. You would think that with a mintage of 30 million or 50 million, the 63s would be stacked up to the moon. It is not that way. But it is that way with Morgan dollars. These are the coins that you will receive. Those 2 coins right there, collectors will get the very coins that are on our display. These are not show samples. And I want you to carefully observe the surfaces of these coins, because this is what every Peace dollar collector wants but seldom gets. Because Peace dollars that are not in the condition that you see there are common. But in this condition, uncommon and hard to get. So for the first option, a 1922 from Philadelphia in a Mint State 63, that looks like that coin right there, and a 1923 from Philadelphia, $199. Now file that away, because the world of Peace dollars is incredible right now. Every collector of Morgan dollars has discovered that Peace dollars in a Mint State, and in this case, Mint State 63, not a beginning coin, a Mint State 60 or a 61 or a 62, but a Mint State 63 are tough to get if you're lucky. And what I mean by that is if you're watching this show, you've had us do all the hard work of kicking out the uglies, the coins that may technically grade 63, but don't have the eye appeal of what we're looking for, of what you will get. So when you talk about stellar examples, the pinnacle of the category, that's what we're talking about right here. That was option 1. Option 2, 1922 from Philadelphia and 1923, because as we've stated already, a lot rarer than you ever thought. And then the 1924 and the 1925. That's the cutoff. 1924, 1925, all of a sudden, these are dates that were never available in roll quantities of a sufficient amount to supply the hobby. That's why you never see 24s and 25s, because they are tough to get. And then certified, Mint State 63, wow. So hard to do. So here's option 2. And by the way, option 2, $479. It's 4 coins. It's the 22 and the 23 from Philadelphia, and the 24 and the 25. I have a table for those as well, so I want you to take a look at option 2. $479, ladies and gentlemen. 4 coins. Now, take a look at mintages. And then I want you to take a look at that column in green, the PCGS MS63 NGC and PCGS populations. Look at the mintage, look at the percentage of occurrence in a Mint State 63. Now, when you check out your Morgans in 6.3, you will find that you can locate a Morgan dollar in 6.3 pretty much any day of the week when you want to get one. So you can wait. You can sit back. You can scope out the market. You have all the time in the world because you have millions, millions, millions more examples. Not with the Peace dollar. They simply were not struck to the quality standards that we all want to have a 6.3 as we envision it should be, as it should be a proper strike, surface, and quality. So here is the set of four, $479. Now I want to show you some pricing here, ladies and gentlemen, because it's clear. If you are one of those people who you don't just love history, but you want to know the why and the where, well, here it is. The reason why you're where, you're right here, right now. And the reason why right here, right now, we have such a limited quantity of these, you never hear me say that about Morgan dollars, unless maybe it's a Carson City. Peace dollars, it's as if the spigot was closed 10, 12 years ago. Just can't do it any longer. I want to show you why everybody loves the peace dollar and how valuable this is. Now, I am offering you the 4 peace dollars in Mint State 63. I want to show you one right now, a 1924 in the deal of 4. This is what most folks are up against when it comes to peace dollars. If you're lucky, you're going to find a coin that's in a 2x2 flip right there. It's not even really a flip. It's stapled together. You never want to do that to your coins, by the way, because the staples tend to rust and then they leach onto the coin and you get an ugly coin. But anyway, that coin is $400. That's one coin. It is described as mint condition. It is not graded by any third party, so take it as you will. The coin is $400. Our set of 4 that are certified third-party grading in Mint State 63, guaranteed grade, $479. There's so much to this presentation because option 1 was 2 coins, option 2 was 4. And option 3, a 7-coin collection of peace dollars that are certified. And ladies and gentlemen, I want you to look at the population totals of that column that you see with the green header. Take a look, because this is where the magic happens, ladies and gentlemen. You can see from the top, it is 0.7% of the mintage in terms of certification. That's not even 0.75%. You know that already, though, right? When you get to the 1922P with a mintage over 51 million, and yet not even 1/3% will qualify for this grade. Now, here's where we're getting into some rarefied territory. The 25P, the same thing, 0.3%, not 33%, less than 1/3%. That is bona fide registered rarity, recorded, archived, part of the record. Now, take a look at the 1923S, San Francisco Mint, and take a look at the population. The population in 6.3 is 6,791 coins, and that is both PCGS and NGC. And as a percentage, folks, that's 1/25 of 1%. That is next to nothing. And that's why only 6,791 coins have been graded. And ladies and gentlemen, the grading services didn't just start doing this yesterday. They've been at it since the mid-1980s. So they've graded a lot of coins. By this time, this is the historical accounting of the populations of these coins, next to nil. Now, let's get back into it. We're going to move down to the 22D. Just the second silver dollar ever struck at the Denver Mint. The first one was the 21D, the Morgan. This coin had a mintage of 15,063,000, which, by the way, was less than the 21 Morgan. But only 6,207 coins have ever been graded. And again, 1/25 of 1% of the mintage. These are minuscule populations. Now, obviously, I know what you're saying to yourself. If this was a Morgan dollar, that figure would be 10 times or maybe even 20 times that amount. Now, let's go to the bottom line. 1923 from Denver. A mere 3,436 coins have been certified. 1/20 of 1% of the mintage. And also, I want you to take a look at the mintage. Have you ever heard of a peace dollar with a mintage of 6.8 million? You'd think that was a typographical error, right? But it's not. That is a really low mintage for any silver dollar. And that is, again, like I said, only 1/20th of 1% will grade in a 6.3. So I have to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, when you look at the final column there as well, which is so important because that gives you the finest known examples. These are Mint State 63s. Here's the world of Mint State 63. Now, by the way, and I hope you call me on this, because this is a collection of 7. And we are offering every coin that is on this list and every bit of rarity, all those coins that you see there. This is your opportunity to score them all. Let's take a look at what we're talking about here, because this is our ultimate version of one of the rarest piece dollar collections that you never knew you could afford, because you never knew this much rarity was so affordable. Take a look. All 7 of these coins for less than $1,300. $1,295. I've been a coin collector all my life, since I was 7 years old, and I have been a coin dealer for what seems like even longer than that. And I'll tell you, over the years, I have seen with my own 2 eyes how undervalued piece dollars are, how worthwhile they are to collect. In today, I see what's happening in the world of coins. Collectors everywhere, because silver dollars are just so embraced by collectors because of their size and because of the history behind them. The piece dollar has joined the ranks of the untouchables when it comes to uncirculated coinage. It is really tough to do, and I want you to know, we handpick coins here. You watch our shows. We handpick the certified coins. We handpick the coins that we sell that are uncertified. We stand behind the grades of our coins. And the reason why we do is the knowledge that we have. We know what a piece dollar should look like. For $1,295, I want to show you why this deal blows every single deal out there out of the water. This is a 1925 piece dollar. If you buy the set of 4, there's a 25 in there. If you buy the set of 7, they're all in there. Now take a look at that coin right there. It is priced at $800. I'm offering an opportunity to get that coin in a collection of 4 for $479. Or in a collection of 7 for $1,295. So, I mean, you know, for $195, you get 6 other great coins. Now, I want to show you where the market's at. Every one of the coins that you're about to see here are in this deal in one form or another. And you can see that I am inviting you. In fact, I'm enticing you to go for the set of 7 or to go for the set of 4. And especially to go for the set of 2, because I want to open your eyes to the rarity of piece dollars, and that is just the set to do it. Because when you see the mintages vis-a-vis the populations versus the populations and the rarity, crystal clear. And for $199, so here, a Mint State 63, 1923 piece dollar, struck at the Denver Mint. We have one in the collection for over $300. I want to show you a 1925. The reason why I'm showing you this is because, yes, we have a 1925 struck at Philadelphia in this collection. But I want to show you the power of the piece dollar. This is a Mint State 68. Here on Rare Collectibles TV, you could buy a Mint State Morgan dollar from us in Mint State 68. And the coin will be, well, probably about $2,000, depending on what the date is. Yes, there are Mint State 68s that you could spend hundreds of thousands on. But you could get a really nice Mint State 68, and that's about the cost. Take a look at what a piece dollar in Mint State 68 is going to run you. Look at that coin, almost $90,000. And that's an auction. And you can bet your bottom dollar that that coin started out at $1 or $10 or whatever the open was. And it ended up at almost 90 grand. That is a bold example of the power of Mint State piece dollars. What it is proof that a piece dollar in Mint State, hey, I love Morgan dollars and I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but there is no comparison Here's a 23S. We have a 23S in the collection here. This one is a Mint State 66. Now, I got to tell you, Mint State 66 for a silver dollar is an unbelievable coin to own. And in this case, in a peace dollar, it's over $31,000. Here's a 1924. This 1924 was struck at the Philadelphia Mint. It's a Mint State 68. It's almost $55,000 at the auction that it sold at. So, folks, here's an opportunity to be an uncirculated, a gem uncirculated peace dollar collector. 2 coins, a 1922 from Philadelphia and a 1923, $199. 4 coins, all Mint State 63s, 22 and 23 from Philadelphia, just like the set of 2, with the addition of the 24 and the 25, also from Philadelphia, for $479. Folks, there is 1 coin in the comps that I showed you that was nearly as much as the collection of 4. Just 1 coin in the same grade, not 5 grades higher, the same grade. And the collection of 7 for $1,295. You get every one of these truly scarce coins. I would be willing to wager that most of you collectors out there have not realized where this collection actually stands in comparison to any Mint State coin we've ever offered before. I want you to take a look, because this is big. This is a chance for 7 coins with populations that'll just spin your head. You're going to do a double take. You are just not going to realize. You can start at the bottom if you want and work our way up. Because these populations, ladies and gentlemen, just one of these coins, look at that 23D at the bottom, only 3,436 coins have ever been certified in Mint State 63 by PCGS and NGC combined. There's no other word for it but rarity. When you go up 1, 6,207 coins, that's the 22D. And again, by both NGC and PCGS. Well, folks, the 23S, a San Francisco beauty, with such a small population, 6,791 coins. Ladies and gentlemen, find a Morgan with that low a population in 6.3, and you're going to be looking at a $10,000 coin. You're going to be looking at a $5,000 coin. You are not going to be able to score a deal like this anywhere. And I got to tell you this, the world knows that peace dollars, they've been around. $12.95 for a set of 7. $4.79 for 4. Or $199 for 2. But this silver dollar was designed by a man by the name of Anthony DeFrancisi. His wife, Teresa, was the model for this coin. And if you look at the history of the design of this coin and how it was done, you know the story about Anna William Willis posing for George T. Morgan for the Morgan dollar. But the same thing happened for the peace dollar. DeFrancisi actually entered a contest that was sponsored by a fine arts commission to select the design for this peace dollar. And it was tough going because back then, when a proposed design for a coin was conceived, it was published in the newspapers. It was big news. Every citizen in the United States, they read newspapers. And you could see a sketch of that coin. You could see what it was going to look like. And the public didn't like the original design. And they made the mint change it at the very last minute, or this coin would not have been received at all. So the scarcity of peace dollars versus Morgan dollars, who's the winner? It's the peace dollar. Surprising, right? The last chance, ladies and gentlemen. History making, price breaking, $12.95 for the 7. $4.79 for the 4, or $199 for the set of 2. They're all scarce. They're all harder to get than a Morgan dollar in the same grade. I bet you never thought that would be a historical fact, but it is. So I got to go now. I wish I could stay here for the rest of the day because peace dollars are really exciting. When you start exploring the different dates, look at the variety here. Look at the scarcity. You can't argue with those population totals. Really hard to do. So thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned for more great stuff. This one's going to be hard to beat, though, and we don't have a lot. And I'll see you all really soon. Goodbye. Back, I'm James Gerstel. You guys have been waiting for this deal your whole entire lives. I mean, this is something really special. What we have here, ladies and gentlemen, is all the great coins of 2021. These are silver dollars. This gives you an opportunity, folks, to get the last and the first. Here is the driving force behind why I am standing here right now. I want to give each and every one of you collectors out there a rock-solid guarantee. When you purchase this collection, I will guarantee you every coin absolutely perfect condition. You're probably shaking your head like this guy's lost his mind. We know all that already, right? But two of the coins in this collection have not even been struck by the United States Mint yet. Rare Collectibles TV is going to guarantee every collector out there this fact. Your coins will be Mint State 70 for every single issue, including the ones that have yet to be struck by the U.S. Mint. And there's something else, maybe even better than the fact of a guarantee of perfection, because let me tell you something. This is not an easy thing to do. If you guys were collecting Silver Eagles in 1999, 1999 was a year when everybody wanted a Silver Eagle because of Y2K. Well, the Mint struck almost 7.5 million coins. But try to find one of those coins today in a perfect Mint State 70 grade, and you may be flabbergasted at what it's going to take to get in that deal. Because today, a 1999 Mint State Silver Eagle dollar, that coin will cost you over $30,000. In fact, it was over $33,000. Here's what we have. This is an opportunity to get all the greatest coins of 2021. In fact, this collection of 4 coins really is the Halley's Comet of coins. Now, I didn't think of that one, I have to admit. I stole that from somebody. But it is so apropos because Halley's Comet only comes around once every 75 years. This deal, I think it's not even going to be 75 years. Never going to happen again. So what are you getting? Well, this is what we're calling a year to remember numismatically. A 4-coin 2021 American Silver Eagle dollar collection in the highest grade attainable, perfect Mint State 70. You will be getting in this set of 4 a Type 1 2021 regular production silver American Eagle dollar. It will come in the Reagan Mercanti label. This is exclusive to us, and I will let you know more about it. You will also receive the 2021 Philadelphia Struck Type 1, also in the Reagan Mercanti label of emergency production. Now, this is the 3rd lowest mintage Silver Eagle of all time. Struck at Philadelphia. The mintage of that coin, 495,000. 3rd lowest issue. This set will also contain the 2021 Type 2 issue of the new American Silver dollar. And there'll be 2 of them. They both have special labels. The first label is the Michael Gaudioso special label. Michael Gaudioso is the engraver, the modeler at the U.S. Mint who took Emily Damstra's amazing design, new design for the Type 2, brand new, soon to be issued American Silver Eagle dollar, and he rendered her artwork into the numismatic silver dollar that begins the Type 2 series of the American Eagle silver dollar. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a monumental opportunity. You are witness to history with these 4 silver dollars. For those of you who are not familiar with the American Eagle silver dollar, this coin was first issued in 1986. This all came about really because of Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan had this idea that he would love to have taken the strategic silver stockpile that the United States Treasury possessed and sell off all the silver. He wanted to take that money and put it into the Treasury, into the coffers, if you will. It originally was proposed by Ronald Reagan in 1981 when he first became president, his first term. It didn't fly with Congress. But in 1985, and Ronald Reagan was a pretty smart guy, there was before Congress a bill known as the Liberty Coin Act. The Liberty Coin Act, its sole purpose originally was to authorize the striking of a silver dollar and a coin program that honored the 100th anniversary, soon to come about in 1986, of the Statue of Liberty. And that's why it was known as the Liberty Coin Act. Well, that was Title I. It authorized the mint to produce a silver dollar, a half dollar, and a gold $5, all with the theme of the centennial of the Statue of Liberty. But as an addendum to the bill, Title II, that authorized the Treasury and the United States Mint to begin striking a new American Silver Eagle dollar that would be issued annually and would begin a brand new series of silver dollars. It was to feature the original design of Adolph A. Wyman's Walking Liberty half dollar on its obverse, which guaranteed it instant popularity, instant recognizability. It was amazing how from day one, this silver dollar began to ascend to the top of silver dollar, well, history, fame. And today, the American Silver Eagle dollar is still going strong, and it's the most popular silver dollar the United States of America has ever issued. More popular, cover your ears if you don't want to hear this, more popular than a Morgan dollar or a peace dollar. There are more collectors today of the Silver Eagle dollar than any dollar in history. And I told you, the obverse was Adolph A. Wyman's masterpiece, which first appeared on the Walking Liberty half dollar in 1916 and was last seen in 1947. Now, the reverse was a special design. It was created to honor the original heraldic eagle designs of very early American silver dollars. And this design was accomplished by John Mercanti. John Mercanti, who first came to the U.S. Mint in 1974, a prolific coin modeler and engraver of dies. And as his tenure at the U.S. Mint began to grow, his artistic achievements began to be noticed, and he was a prolific designer of coins. But there is no question that his reverse, heraldic eagle reverse of the American Silver Eagle dollar was partly responsible for the fame and popularity of this coin. What you're looking at are the last of the Mercanti reverses 2021. It's going away. Those are the last ones because mid-year of 2021, a new design known forever now as the beginning of the series of Type 2s will be struck and issued. So this collection is the best of Mercanti and of the brand new Type 2. You get the first and the last, but there's so much more to it than that. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to let you know, before we get into this, all the facts and figures. $629 for all 4 of these coins. Now, this is where it gets absolutely mind-boggling. I want you to see why this coin is so popular. Let's take a look. We're going to go all the way back to 1986 and the very first issues. Because 1986, when they began striking this coin, it was almost 1987 already. They began striking these silver dollars for 1986, this brand new program, in November of 1986, before almost the end of the year. So I want you to take a look at the mintages. It was a small mintage because they only had 2 months to strike the coins. I hear the phone starting to ring a lot. And this is going to absolutely lock the lines. So you might want to dial our number before you see this, because this is what's going on today with these amazing coins. Here is the 2021 emergency issue in a perfect mint state 70 grade. Now, we are featuring this coin in our collection of 4. That coin right now, ladies and gentlemen, almost $900. That's the emergency issue. Now, here is the issue that is known as the last one, because it is Type 1. That coin right there, in a mint state 70, $249. So, ladies and gentlemen, 2 coins, just 2 coins of the 4 in our set right now are at $1,148. And you got to look hard to get them. $1,148. Rare Collectibles TV for a set of 4. 2 of the coins haven't even been struck yet by the U.S. Mint, and I'm going to guarantee you a perfect grade with special labeling. $629 for all 4 of these coins. Now, I showed you the mintages from 1986 on. I want to show you the last page of the table, because this is where it's all delivered, right there at your doorstep. I want to point this out to you. The 2021, what I call the regular issue, non-emergency production, has a mintage right now, not finalized, but you're going to hear the whole story, of $9,700,000. That makes it a really low mintage, ladies and gentlemen. You have to go a long way back, right to the very beginning of the program, to find mintages that low. And we all know that 2021, this dollar is 100 times more popular than those coins of the low mintages of yesteryear. So many more collectors. But take a look at that. What I love about that is mid-year of 2021, the mint is switching from Type 1s to Type 2s. So that mintage of 9.7 million, well, that mintage could very well be written in stone, because they must strike the Type 2s. And ladies and gentlemen, they don't even have half a year to accomplish that. So though we do not know what the mintage of the 2021 Type 2 is going to be, I can tell you this. When you look at the Type 1, it's really low. The Type 2, very, very low. That, in my opinion, it's going to be extremely low. There just isn't enough time and a big enough crew. It's all starting to come back together, but I do not think you're going to see regular production until 2022. It's just not going to happen. There's too much time needed to do all of this, and it's a brand new issue. And if you look back to 1986 with this very first issue of the Type 1s, the reason why a mint state 70 is over $20,000 today is because they're not easy to find in that grade. And I got to tell you, it was the first of its kind. They had to get all the bugs out. Well, that is what's going to happen for the first of the Type 2s. Now, I can't guarantee you that, but I can guarantee you this. No matter what happens, you are guaranteed to get a mint state 70, actually 2 of them, Type 2s in this collection for 2021, the first of their kind. You're also guaranteed the last of their kind of the Type 1s. So a 4-coin collection. And take a look at the labels so you know exactly what we're going to be delivering to you, while I give you an idea of the value of these coins, the collectability. Number 1, Rare Collectibles TV. There may not be another coin company in the whole entire world who sells as many silver dollar collections as we do at Rare Collectibles. And I'm talking about when you want early silver dollars, seeded, trade dollars, Morgan dollars, peace dollars. Nobody has more variety and bigger collections than this company, than our network, than Rare Collectibles TV. It's a matter of real pride that we're able to find collections and put them together for collectors, date runs of all different kinds. But none has proven greater in collectability than the complete collections of the Type 1 American Silver Eagle dollars in mint state. From the beginning of 1986 all the way through to the very last Type 1 for 2021. Thousands of collectors are enjoying these complete silver dollar Type 1 collections in some of the highest grades known to man. Now begins, for 2021, the first of the Type 2 coins. The mint hasn't even struck them yet, and I'm going to guarantee all of you out there, not just one 2021 Type 2 in a perfect mint state 70 grade, but 2 coins that feature special labeling. And this is really big, because this is one of those times when the U.S. Mint has gone outside of the mint for a design. The Type 1s, well, the original obverse design was taken from Adolph A. Weinman. And the reverse was the contribution of John Mercanti, who later became just the 12th chief engraver at the U.S. Mint. And John Mercanti retired in 2010. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is an opportunity to own perfection before the coins are even struck and to be guaranteed to get the last of the Type 1 while you still can get some coins of absolute perfection. Now, many times I have told the story of how this silver dollar really ascended to the pinnacle of silver dollar collecting. And I think a lot of it has to do with the grades, the opportunity to get perfection. There has never been a mint state peace dollar certified or a mint state Morgan certified in a perfect mint state 70. But right now, this can be achieved. These are the only examples of silver dollars that you can get in the highest grades possible, literally without spending millions on a coin collection, millions on a silver dollar series. And that's why there are so many collectors year in and year out for these coins. Now let's take a look at the last page of mintages, because this is where it's all there in black and white, or multiple colors, if you will. The 2021, you see that mintage there of over 9.7 million. And there's an asterisk there. And at the bottom, it'll say mintage hasn't been finalized yet. 100% true. But you have to take into consideration that switching midway through silver dollar production to the Type 2s will drastically reduce mintages, as you can see for the Type 1s. Now, we don't know yet what the mintages are going to be for the 2021 Type 2s. But I do know this. No matter how hard it is to get a perfect grade, you're going to be guaranteed to get that grade. Folks right now are offering just 2 coins in this collection for almost $1,150, and that was a great price. We're offering the 4, the original 2021 non-emergency production mint state 70 silver eagle dollar with our exclusive Reagan Mercanti label. The 2021 struck at the Philadelphia Mint under emergency production mandates with a low mintage. In fact, the 3rd lowest mintage of all at 495,000. That coin, too, is in our exclusive label. And now, the Type 2s, soon to be released in special labeling. Now, Michael Gaudioso is an expert modeler who is employed by the U.S. Mint, and he has rendered some amazing designs. And he worked with the artist who created the design of the bald eagle, the new design, which will begin the Type 2 series. And they worked together in tandem. And he took Emily Damstra's amazing artwork and created the reverse of this new silver dollar. This is a task that is not easily achieved because her rendering was full-size. And Gaudioso's modeling was coin size. So to be able to interpret the artist's design and translate it into numismatic artwork is something that's very hard to achieve. And it is few who can accomplish this. And much like the Type 1 was magical, I think this new series is already being embraced in a way never seen before. This is going to continue, ladies and gentlemen. This is a silver dollar series that has captured the attention of collectors all over the world. And now, in a transition year, guaranteed Mint State 70, when we have no idea how hard it's going to be to get them. I mean, this is a real gamble on Rare Collectibles' part because we have no idea how difficult these coins will be to achieve in a perfect grade. And yet, no matter what it takes, you're going to get not one, but two of the Type 2s. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the best of the 2021 issues from the United States Mint. When it comes to the Silver Eagle dollar, you are going to get the new issue of the Type 2 times 2. You're going to get 2 coins with both of the special labels that will be available for 2021. You, ladies and gentlemen, are at the front of the line. And I can guarantee you the ultimate quality. When I see 2 of the coins of this set selling for almost $1,150, and we're almost half of that for all 4 of these issues, I know the lines are going to be locked, the phones are going to be ringing off the hook, collectors are going to want multiple quantities of these issues. And right now, there are no limits. Get them while you can, and I'll tell you what's locked in. The grade and the price and the guarantee that you will get a set to remember, and you will witness history being made numismatically right here with this set, and here on Rare Collectibles TV as well. So I got to wrap this up, ladies and gentlemen. Don't miss out. Just a word to the wise. Thank you so much for watching. Stay tuned, because, you know, we got a lot of great stuff coming up. I'll see you soon.
You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV. I have some fabulous, fabulous proof coins for you today, folks. In fact, this is the first time I've ever been able to offer these coins in the proprietary NGC Franklin We the People holder, and to offer them in Cameo Proof 67 condition. I don't have very many of a lot of these dates, so this has to be a shorter presentation. But it's such a thrill to be able to offer these coins. If you've watched my show for any length of time, you know that my first love are United States proof coins. Why? Well, very simply, there are 2 basic kinds of coins struck by the U.S. Mint. There are coins struck for commerce that we use to buy things with, and there are proof coins. Now, coins struck for commerce. Here's a Franklin half dollar struck for commerce. It's in 1961, and these coins were struck once
on high-speed presses on silver planches for the Franklin half dollars. They were struck once, ejected into a bin. One coin would fall on top of another. They would go through coin counting machines, and then they would go get dumped into bags and to be shipped to banks around the country to be used in commerce. And you could see all the bag marks, et cetera, that develop on the coin just through the minting process, folks, even though this coin is uncirculated. Now, again, the dies did not receive any kind of preparation, et cetera. Now, on the other hand, you have proof coins. Proof coins are meant to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the Mint's able to produce given the technology of the day. Now, the Mint's been making proof coins since the early 1800s. But in those early years, proof coins were only intended for very prestigious individuals, kings, queens, ambassadors, et cetera, and the Mint would strike a handful of these coins to give out as gifts to kind of show the technology that our country is capable of in striking these beautiful proof coins. And a proof coin, basically, the whole concept has not changed much until in the last couple hundred years. The Mint takes the finest dies, they polish them to a very high degree until the dies have a mirror-like surface. They take the coin blanks, they give them a kind of polishing treatment as well. They carefully weigh them so they're the exact correct weight. And unlike commercial struck coins, which are fed into the die on high-speed presses, struck once and ejected into a bin, proof planchet would be slowly fed into the die. The die would strike the planchet at least twice, the coin blank at least twice, under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. And then, most importantly, once struck, instead of being ejected into a bin, the coin would be individually handled, and it would go into its own individual packaging. It was never allowed to abrade with any other coins. So here's, for example, 1961, where you saw that 1961 uncirculated Mint State Franklin. Here's a proof set from 1961, and it's actually the very first coins I bought out of a coin shop or proof coins from 1962, almost the same exact year of this set you see here, and I paid $7 at the time, and this was, back when the face value of the set was 91 cents. And here's a 1961 set. Now, it's important to understand, and why I wrote my first book here, 1950 to 1970 Cameo and Brilliant Proof Coinage, focusing on that era, because it's during this era when the Mint was really striking proof coins what I call the old-fashioned way. Most of your coins were struck. They had all kinds of flaws. The packaging was really poor. Here's a 1961 set. The coins are still in their individual compartments, and you can't really see it on camera, but this 61 half dollar, for example, it's a proof coin. It's pretty hazy, folks. If I were to cut this coin out, you would see some fields that are really, let me do that right now, just to give you an idea so you could see it, because seeing it through the cellophane envelope can be difficult. And here we got the coin, we have it cut out now, and you can see that haze that I'm talking about over the surface of the coin when I tilt it at a certain angle. And that's what happens to these older proof coins. Now, the Mint, over the decades, received a lot of criticism for the poor quality of their proof coins. So they really worked on improving the quality over the decades, from the 1960s into the 1970s, 1980s. And I think the breakthrough year for the Mint when it came to making proof coins was 1990. Because there you could buy a proof set from 1990 forward. And here's a set from 1991, for example. Every coin is as pristine and beautiful as the day it was struck, and every coin is a beautiful cameo. Look at the cameo contrast on these 1991 proof coins. Cameo contrast meaning the frosted proof devices. Now you see that on both the obverse and reverse of these coins. What makes these Franklin so special is that in this earlier era, only the earliest strikes had this kind of cameo contrast. I'd like you to take a look at these coins I have for you today. I have every Franklin year from 1953 to the last year of the series, 1963, in proof 67 cameo. You are allowed to just acquire one coin if you choose, or you can acquire the entire set. I have a limited number of the entire sets. In other words, I can't have somebody call in and order 8 1959s and 67 cameo. That would more than wipe me out. There are some very rare pieces in here in 6-7 cameo condition, folks. The population numbers I'm going to show you in just a minute will help you understand how special these coins are. These beautiful frosted cameo devices on the obverse and reverse. And that is so very important, because during this Franklin era, the Mint typically only replaced that half of the die pair that was most worn. So it was very difficult to get a Franklin with cameo contrast on the obverse and reverse like you see here. Look at this 1956 in the frosted portrait, and to find that frosted device on the reverse as well. Now, if you only have frost, for example, a cameo portrait on the obverse and not on the reverse, it gets what we call a star designation at NGC, and Sasha has one of those. And these are Franklins you find where the obverse was struck off a new die and had beautiful cameo contrast, but the reverse was an older die that had worn and had no cameo contrast. And so you see these one-sided cameos, and they get a star designation. They do not get a cameo designation. To get a cameo, it has to have this obverse and reverse frost. Now, how do you get a Franklin like this? During this era, here's what they did, and this was explained to me by a great gentleman when I was working on my first book, Mike Weaver. And he ended up as the chief of the coining division at the Philadelphia Mint. But he started out as a general helper when they were making proof coins back in the late 50s, early 60s. And he explained to me, Rick, here's what we did. We called it pickling. We would take these proof dies and we'd put them in a vat of 5% nitric acid, 95% alcohol. And we called that pickling because the acid would frost over the entire die. Then we would put the die on a buffing wheel. Now, the portrait of that die was recessed, so it didn't receive the buffing when they put it on the buffing wheel. Only the exposed fields received the buffing, and they would buff that die until those fields had a mirror-like finish. Now, they put that die in place, and you can imagine when they struck a proof Franklin, they used about 200 tons of pressure. And each coin would be struck twice under 200 tons of pressure. That acid-etched cameo portrait would be transferred to the coin blank, and the earliest strikes off these new dies would have these beautiful cameos. Each successive strike would have a little bit less cameo contrast than the preceding strike, until in a very short time, the dies would have very little frost left, and the coin struck would have very little cameo contrast. Most Franklin half dollars were struck in what we call brilliant proof condition with no cameo contrast. And Sasha has a couple beautiful examples in proof 67. And there we see a comparison. Now, that coin on the right is a beautiful proof 67, haze-free, pristine. That's why it's in my proprietary We the People holder. And there's an early strike in cameo proof 67. Now, here's the thing. During this era, you have these acid-etched dies that quickly wore away. What further complicates the issue is the fact that the obverse and reverse dies wore at different rates. And the Mint's practice back then was only to replace that half of the die pair that was completely worn. So if, for example, the reverse die was completely worn, the obverse die still had a little life left. They were both brilliant finishes with no cameo contrast, but they would replace the reverse die, and the new reverse die might have a beautiful cameo effect, but the obverse die would be quite worn with no cameo effect. Well, you know, another couple hundred strikes later, that obverse die would be quite worn, and they'd replace that. Well, by that time, the reverse die would have no cameo finish left on it. So the first strikes with that new die pair would have these beautiful cameo obverses with no cameo reverse. So to get a cameo, you had to have a brand new die pair. Now, we finally have been tabulating these grades at NGC in my proprietary We the People holder, and we finally have some meaningful numbers for you so you can see how rare these coins are in cameo condition. NGC has now been grading these coins in this proprietary We the People holder since late 2019. I have the populations in regular proof 67, 68, and 69, and then in cameo proof condition. And you can see for 1950, for example, there's only one 1950 that's been graded in 6-7 cameo. That's it, none higher. 1951, you've got 3 in 6-7 cameo, none higher. 26 graded in 6-7 and 6 graded in 6-8. And 6-8s go, folks, for over $10,000. 1952, look at the numbers there. How rare a 52 is in proof 67, proof 68 grade, almost impossible in 6-7 cameo. So we don't have those first 3 years. Call if you want to be first on the list to get one of those coins when I get one on my desk. We start with the 1953. Only 10 examples that have crossed my desk that have been certified for the NGC We the People holder. Only 10 examples, none higher. And you can see as you go down through those years there, 8 of the 1954s in 6-7, only 5 in 6-8 cameo. 55, 56 type 1. We don't have a 56 type 1 here, incredibly rare. 56 type 2 was a high point in cameo proof production at the U.S. Mint for the 1950s. 43 graded in 7 cameo, 44 in 8 cameo, and 21 in 9 cameo. 56 was the best year in the 1950s when it comes to really nice cameos. And in terms of high-grade cameos, it's the best year in the entire series, folks. But then you get to the 57, 58, and 59, and 60. They get to be extremely elusive in cameo condition. The Mint simply had fewer coins struck in cameo condition in those years. And that's all outlined in all my books, how I talk about the rarity of these Franklin half dollars in the late 50s in cameo condition. And now we have finally have some meaningful population numbers that illustrate how rare these coins are. In 1961, you have 494 examples in proof 67. It's an elusive coin. But in 6-7 cameo, only 9 coins. In 6-8, 344 coins in proof 8, but in 6-8 cameo, 5 coins. In 1962, 429 in proof 67, only 24 in 6-7 cameo. And then you have the last year of the series, 361 in 7, only 16 in 7 cameo. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the Mint was on an endless quest to improve the quality of their proof coins, introducing new technologies. And in the 1970s, they introduced a sandblasting technology to actually sandblast the proof die to create an intense frosted effect. And then they would buff the fields and actually use a chrome plating technique to harden the die. And this process was perfected by the late 1970s so that they could strike perhaps 1,000 Kennedy proofs with exceptional ultra cameo contrast before the die would wear. And then they would simply replace that die pair. So by the late 70s, when you bought a proof set from the Mint, every coin would be a beautiful cameo. The question is, would it be a proof 67, proof 68, proof 69, or even a proof 70? And they would even call them ultra cameo for the heaviest possible cameo contrast. This 1991 would be an ultra cameo, intense frosted cameo effect. Most of these Franklins are impossible, or next to impossible anyway, in ultra cameo condition. I mean, the highest grade 1959 I've ever handled in ultra cameo, there's one lone example in 6-8 ultra cameo, and 2 I've handled in 6-7 ultra cameo, and they're $25,000, $30,000 coins. These are superb cameo pieces. Lastly, if you get any single coin, you will get a brochure which explains the whole point of my Franklin, what I call it the We the People holder, because Franklin was one of our founding fathers. It's the first 3 words in our Constitution, We the People. The whole point with this holder, and it's something that NGC actually approached me about, They said, Rick, you want to do a proprietary holder, that we would work with you on this. We would first grade any coin submitted to us, Franklin half dollars, and then you would be reviewing them to see if it merits your proprietary We the People holder. So only the coins that I personally review that meet my highest standards for exceptional eye appeal and quality for the date and grade go into this holder. Now this is really important, folks. You know, I mean, this is a legacy. You know, I've done many books. I'm working on a couple more books, but this is a legacy that I really want to leave for today's collector and collectors of future generations. If they're going to buy a Franklin and it's in one of these holders, 50, 100 years from now, they're going to know it's an exceptional example for the date and grade. That's the whole point. In addition, you not only get that benefit, the second benefit is that NGC has their own separate independent population numbers for these proprietary Franklin coins on their website in their census. And the population numbers I just showed you are the latest NGC population totals for these Franklin half dollars. Now, the best part of all is the price, folks. These proof coins were struck in very limited numbers. For the entire Franklin series, the U.S. Mint only struck about 18 million Franklin half dollars in proof. Very few survived in 6/7 cameo condition, folks, as you can see from these latest population numbers. But let's start with the latest dates I have here in the set, the last year of issue, the 1963. If you want a 1963 proof 67 cameo, they're only $149 a coin. I've got these priced, folks. This is a ground floor opportunity, okay? Here you've got an incredibly rare piece, only 16 graded in 6/7 cameo to date. In cameo condition, only 12 graded higher, only $149. Exceptional eye appeal and quality for the date and grade. The 1962 6/7 cameo, same price, $149. Obverse and reverse. Now we get to the 61. The 61, folks, is a tough date to get in cameo condition. Only 9 graded to date in 7 cameo, 8 graded higher in cameo condition. It's only $179. I have limited quantities of a lot of these issues. Then we get to the 1960, another really elusive issue, only 17 graded in 7 cameo to date, 4 higher. Look at this 1960, folks. It's stunning. It's only $179. Now we get to a date that is one of the most important dates in the series, and it's all about condition rarity. Here they had a year where they struck over 1 million proof Franklin half dollars. How so very few survive in the condition you see this coin in 6/7 cameo condition, folks, with frost obverse and reverse. Now, I go into detail explaining the possible reasons these Franklins from the late 50s are so rare in 6/7 cameo condition. But this piece here, this 1959, we only have a few of these, are $950. Then we have the 1958, only 13 graded in 7 cameo, 6 higher, $495. Very hard to get a 58 like this. That's essentially spot-free, cameo contrasted, obverse and reverse. And then the 1957, 21 graded in 7 cameo, 12 higher. That number would be lower, but I had a group of about 15 examples that I had cherry-picked many, many years ago. I put aside, and then when NGC started doing this proprietary holder, these were coins that were just exceptional, and I sent them in for encapsulation. These 57s are only $359. And then we get to the 56. As I mentioned earlier, again, the most common issue in the series in nice high-grade cameo condition. But these coins are only $179, folks. That's a great great price for a coin this rare and this beautiful. Absolutely, this is a collector's special, folks. This is what collecting is all about, you know? This is what, what got me so amped up about these coins when I saw my first Cameo Franklin at a coin show in the early 1980s. I couldn't believe such Franklins existed. I thought they were all brilliant proofs until I saw in 1962 one day at a show with this beautiful Cameo obverse. It just blew me away. And that's when I began my research of these coins. And then we get to the 1955, folks. Low proof mintage. Only 378,000 proof Franklin struck. Only 9 graded in 7 Cameo, 9 higher to date. Very tough coin, especially in the We the People label, only $379. And then they get even rare to the 1954. Only 233,000 sets issued. They used box sets back then, which were the lowest, poorest possible quality for housing proof coins. So few survivors like you see here. Only 8 graded to date in 7 Cameo, 5 higher, and these are $695. And then we get to the earliest date here, the key date, the 1953, folks. I only have a handful of these, only 10 graded in 6-7 Cameo, none higher. To get a 53 like this, to give you an idea, I've been doing this again about 40 years. I've gone through thousands of original 1953 proof sets in that time. Over those decades, I may have handled a half a dozen 1953s of this quality, folks. And this coin is $1,795. Now this coin, if you just want the 1953, it's available on the 2-payment option. You can put half down today of $897.50. We'll hold one of these for you and pay the balance in 30 days. Now finally, if you want the entire set, I'm going to close it out right here. These are already great prices. Individually, that comes to $5,508. Okay, but if you get the entire set, I'll do one of these sets for $4,995. $4,995. You'll get a hardcover limited edition, limited 3rd edition of my Franklin and Kennedy half-dollar guidebook published by Whitman. Again, I've got a Franklin book. It's a Franklin Kennedy book really in the works right now. We've been hard at work on that, but you'll get one of these hand-signed if you get the entire set for only $49.95. These are exceptional pieces. Again, you will get one of these informational inserts that talk all about this Franklin We the People holder. I offer a similar holder for the Kennedy half-dollars and for the Eisenhower dollars. These are areas that I really want to earmark because these areas in the United States proof coinage, folks, have so much collector opportunity. The key is to have coins that are strictly conservatively graded. And that's what I'm doing. This has been my life's work. I want collectors who get these kinds of coins to know that 50, 100 years from now, they pass these on to their descendants, that they're going to have, among the very finest coins that have been reviewed by yours truly to your benefit. Thank you for watching this presentation. It's an absolute thrill to be able to offer Franklin half-dollars in this kind of beautiful Cameo condition. Most importantly, this book here was called Cameo and Brilliant Proof Coinage of the 1950 to 1970 era. There were all the other denominations survived in Cameo condition as well, and there are a lot of rare coins in Cameo condition from this era and later. And it's just a great, great area, great field for the collector of today. Thank you for watching.
we had a truly historic event here at Rare Collectibles TV. We had the first known bag released by the U.S. Mint of 1964 minted Kennedy half dollars. They were struck at the Denver Mint, and they were stamped with a date 3 or 4 days before the official release, when these coins were supposed to be released to the public. And so we had this original bag of Kennedy half dollars from the Denver Mint. 2,000 coins in the bag, folks. Now, we had to pay quite a premium to get this historic bag. And when we got the coins and we laid them all out, we had them all sent into NGC for grading. This was a bag that was just sitting in somebody's vault somewhere for over 50 years, hadn't been jostled around or anything. So they had the best possible care. We sent the coins in, 2,000 coins. Out of the 2,000 coins, we did have, it was like, I don't know, 2 or 3 examples that graded MS-66. There were around in the neighborhood of 80 to 100 coins that graded MS-65, or in other words, about 5% of the total number of coins in the bag. The rest graded anywhere between MS-61 to MS-64. This is what makes the set I have today for you so exciting. What I have are absolutely the most beautiful mint state Kennedy half dollars, the first 8 years of the series. And this is significant because it was those first 8 years that in mint state were struck on silver planchets. 1964, the first year of the Kennedy half dollar, the Kennedy half dollar was struck on a 90% silver planchet. And then from 1965 to 1970, it was struck on a silver planchet that was 40% silver. And then in 1971, they removed the silver out of the coin entirely, and all the coins struck for commerce from that point on were on clad planchets with 0 silver content. Now, this 8-coin set I have for you today, I have a fabulous set in MS-65 condition. I have these same 8 coins, a limited number of these sets in MS-66 condition. You look at each one of these, they border on perfection. Every coin in the set in my new Kennedy aspiration holder. This is extremely important. I have 3 proprietary holders with NGC. I have the Franklin We the People holder, the Kennedy Aspiration holder, and the Eisenhower I Like Ike holder. Now, I've given those holders those names because of the historic aspect of Benjamin Franklin as one of the founding fathers, we the people, those first 3 words in our Constitution. The Kennedy Aspiration holder, because of 2 great quotes, my favorites from the Kennedy administration. The first quote, when he was inaugurated, "Ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country." And then about a year later, he gave a speech at Rice University. He talked about sending astronauts to the moon and bringing them back safely by the end of the decade. And there was that one line where he said, "We choose to go to the moon, not because it's easy, but because it's hard." And it was a great speech. Those were 2 most inspirational lines from his administration out of all the presidential administrations. And so I call it the Kennedy Aspirational Holder. And then the Eisenhower. Well, I Like Ike, that was a famous button that they used for his campaign when he was running for president. But Eisenhower was a truly historic figure
on the American scene for the 20th century. Because first of all, he was our supreme Allied commander during World War II. He was the man who had to call the D-Day invasion on June 6, 1944. And think about the responsibility of that. Because when he made that call, he knew that within 48 hours, thousands of our soldiers would be dead. And so he was the commander, and he took the responsibility for an invasion that fortunately turned out to be successful. And he never had any plans to be a president. He didn't consider himself a politician. But in the early 1950s, both the political parties, the Democrats and Republicans, wanted him to run for president for their party. Now, he ended up choosing the Republican Party because he felt he had more in common with the Republican values than the Democratic values. And so he ran as a Republican, and he served 2 really great terms with many great achievements during his 8 years in office. And the whole point of these 3 holders, folks, is to earmark those coins in those series that, from my experience, are truly superior in eye appeal and quality for their respective date and grade. I've been a specialist in these coins since the early 1980s. I've written many books on these coins. There's no one in the country who knows as much about Franklin and Kennedy half dollars and Eisenhower dollars as yours truly. I've made it my life's work. And so I feel very protective of this entire era of U.S. coinage. And I feel it's most important that collectors who collect these coins get the best possible eye appeal and quality for the grade when they acquire them. And so I have this agreement with NGC that every Franklin half dollar, every Kennedy half dollar, every Eisenhower dollar that crosses my desk, I get to review. If I feel it meets the standards for exceptional eye appeal and quality for the date and grade, I put it in this proprietary holder. Now, there's a picture of it here of the Kennedy aspiration holder. The coin you're looking at there happens to be a proof coin. Today, the coins I have are exceptional mint state coins. Now, again, the whole purpose of this process is to use my decades of expertise in this coinage to guarantee you the finest possible eye appeal and quality for the grade, so that collectors of today's generation and future generations who acquire one of these coins will know that they're getting the best for the date and grade. This is one of the legacies I want to leave. Finally, it doesn't end there. As far as the benefits for acquiring one of these Kennedy half dollars in this proprietary holder, there are a couple bonuses, folks. Bonus number 1, the agreement I have with NGC is that every coin that I review that goes into that holder will have its own population total on the NGC census report. In other words, if you go and look at the 1964 mint state Kennedy half dollars and look under that category in their census report, there'll be a population for the generic examples, and there'll be a separate population for those finest Kennedy half dollars in the aspiration holder. And that's really, really important, because those separate independent population numbers will be most revealing as to how rare the truly exceptional examples are for that date. And the second important bonus is that NGC will have their own independent collector registry for these very special encapsulated coins. So if you want to build a finest collection, the Franklin We the People holder, the Kennedy aspiration holder coins, the Eisenhower I Like Ike coins will have their own registry. Now is an opportunity to build an extraordinary set of mint state Kennedy half dollars that have the finest possible eye appeal and quality. And folks, I got these sets at a great price. The first set I have for you today, take a look at it. These are all beautiful, brilliant MS65 specimens. And this is so critical. You look at these, and they're as pristine and beautiful as the day they were struck. I want you to take a look at that 64D in MS65. Remember, when we bought that original bag, it was the 1964D. There were so few 1964Ds, folks, that had this eye appeal, that were this clean. This is amazing. Here's what I'd like to show you. This is a roll, an original roll of 1964Ds. This is why they are so rare in high-grade mint state 65 condition. I'm going to do some close-up hand shots of these coins. The Kennedy half dollar had these broad raised surfaces, and they would receive an abundance of abrasion, as you can see over the surface of this coin. This is at best an MS63. And on the reverse, you can see the Denver Mint mark at about 8 o'clock. The reverses would usually be a little bit better quality. The obverses are almost always a mess on these coins, folks. And you can see the serious abrasion. I mean, this is how they come. And you look at every coin in these sets, an MS65 is extraordinary, but more importantly, is not just the quality, but it's the eye appeal. Everyone is a superb, beautiful, brilliant specimen. Remember, it's the finest possible eye appeal and quality for the date and grade. And that's what you're getting in this set, folks. And I have it at a great, great price. And in just a couple minutes, I'm going to give you some prices on this set, and then I'm going to show you the MS66 set. But first, before I do that, take a look at the typical Kennedy half dollars when you find them in MS65, MS66 condition. These are the kinds of coins that I review, and I say, well, no, this is not the quality that's going to go in one of my aspiration holders. I mean, they're gem coins, but in terms of eye appeal, at best, they have average eye appeal. There's some 64Ps. There's a 1965, extremely difficult date. The 1965, the 1966, the 1967, the 69D, and the 70D are the rarest key dates in this series, folks. They're extremely rare. Those coins are rarer than a 1941S Walking Liberty half dollar in MS65 that might sell for $1,000 to $1,500. I'd like you to take a look at this chart I made that is most instructive and will help you appreciate the rarity and the quality of the sets I have for you today. This is a comparison of what we refer to as the short set of Walking Liberty half dollars. The Walking Liberty half dollar struck from 1941 to the last year of the series, 1947. And I've listed 3 dates in that series. The rarest date is the 1941S. The most common date is the 1946D. That rarest date, that 1941S, PCGS and NGC combined, only around 3,700 coins graded in 6.5, 934 in 6.6, and 41 in 6.7. That's the rarest date in that series. So if you want to build a gem set of walkers, starting with that key date 41S, here's an example. This is an MS64 example, which is not nearly as rare as a 6.5. 6.4 is over $400 for a nice 6.4. But then when you jump up a grade, when you're talking about a gem, MS65, over the years, here's one for almost $1,000. They've been in the $1,000 range, some a couple $100 less, some several $100 more. Here's one in 6.5 for over $2,000.
There's one for in 6.6 for around $3,000. 6.6s today tend to sell in the $2,000 to $3,000 range for an MS66. There's another one that's sold in auction for a little over $2,800 in 6.6. And then the ultimate, a 6.7, they're anywhere from $25,000 to $40,000. There's one for $28,000. So going back to our chart, and this is what's most important. This is really a ground floor opportunity. This is the perfect time to begin building a beautiful set of Mint State Kennedy half dollars. You look at the populations of the Mint State Kennedy half dollars at the bottom, folks. The 1964 P and D are what we'll refer to as the most common dates. That was the year, again, that was the first year of issue, and there were so many people, so many citizens who saved those coins. They struck about 400 million examples of the 64 P and D, and you have these survivors that have been certified in GEM 6566 condition. 64P is the most common date in the series, but it's still an elusive coin in 6.5 condition. Only 11,000 certified in 6.5. The 64D, much tougher. The Denver Mint issues tend to be extremely baggy. Only 5,600 certified in 6.5 and 1,600 in 6.6. But then when you get to the next three dates, 1965, people didn't bother saving 1965 Kennedy half dollars. They only, focused on that first year of issue. Almost all the 65 and later Kennedy half dollars went into circulation. They are extremely difficult to find in gem condition. When you do find an original roll, again, these coins tend to be extremely baggy or have really unattractive toning. Only 2,100 examples certified in 6.5 of the 65P. You can see those three dates, 65, 6, and 7, all about of equal rarity, extremely rare, much tougher than the 41S Walker. And then the 6090, also extremely rare in 6.5 condition. In the last year of issue, the 70D, a higher population, but the 70D was only issued in mint sets. They only struck 2.1 million examples. And you acquired them in mint sets, and the coins, again, were generally very, very baggy. 70Ds go for huge premiums. We've got just a few comps I want to show you real quickly, folks. Here's the most common date, the 1964, for about $150. Again, unattractive toning, typical toning. Another piece with what I would call unattractive toning for over $200. Is, again, a 64P, the most common date in 6.5 condition. Well, look at the toning on that coin. Not an attractive piece. The dealer with 100% positive feedback, it's over $200 for that 64D. There's a 1965, one of the key dates. That coin alone is $600. Extremely rare. Again, rarer than a 41S Walker, especially with beautiful, brilliant surfaces. 1967, a $300 coin. The 68D, sold in auction, $126. Of all the Kennedy half dollars in this set, the 68D along with the 64 P and D are easier to find than these other issues you're looking at now. The 6090 that I mentioned earlier, another really tough date. There's one for $250. I didn't even show you a comp for 1966, which is a key date, or the 70D. I've got this 8-coin set today for $995. That's about $125 a coin. These are all beautiful, brilliant MS-65 specimens. The first 8 years of the series in mint state were struck on silver planchets. 1964, the first year of the Kennedy half dollar, the Kennedy half dollar was struck on a 90% silver planchet. And then from 1965 to 1970, it was struck on a silver planchet that was 40% silver.
Folks, this is one of the great Mint-State half-dollar bargains of our generation. The silver Mint-State Franklin half-dollars and these early Kennedy half-dollars that you see here, these first 8 years of the Kennedy half-dollar series in gem condition, are among the great numismatic values of our lifetime. To get these 8 coins for only $995, you get so much eye appeal, quality, and rarity in the proprietary Kennedy holder. Again, every coin is reviewed by yours truly for eye appeal and quality for its respective issue. The finest possible eye appeal and quality for the date and grade. All for only $995. And now the ultimate set. This is the highest grade set I can put together. I have these same 8 coins, a limited number of these sets in MS 66 condition. Again, recall when we had that original bag of 1964 Ds, only a few examples in MS 66. That was the highest grade. You look at each one of these, they border on perfection. Now recall, 1941 S. Walker and MS 66 is a $2,000 to $3,000 coin. Let's go back to our chart one last time so you can appreciate the rarity of these coins. I'm not going to bother showing you comps on these MS 66s because there's a lot of these coins are going for individual examples going for $1,000 or more in MS 66 condition. But in that chart, you can see there, okay, the 1964P is the one date. It's scarce, but it doesn't have the rarity of those dates that follow. The 65P, the 66P, the 67P, the 69D, the 70D, all considerably rarer than a 1941 S. Walker. These dates are so undervalued. Folks, I've got the entire set MS 66 condition for $2,595. And it's available on the 2-payment option. If you can swing this set, this is the perfect grade, the perfect price point, folks. Because if you try and put this same 8-coin set together in MS 67 grade, it'll cost you $20,000 to $30,000. When you see these coins, there's a 64D. We've got this set for $25.95. The next coin, the 65P, is so rare. Only 496 examples certified in 6.6. The 1966, 579 examples. And again, the majority of those have unattractive toning. To get a brilliant specimen like this, just super rare, folks. And again, the evolving population numbers in this proprietary holder. You will see how very, very rare these coins are. And you're getting the entire set for $25.95. This 67, look at this. I can't tell you how many hundreds of rolls I've gone through of 1967 Kennedy half-dollars. I've never handled an example like you just saw in that kind of condition in years. 68D. 68D, again, bordering on perfection, folks. 69D. Another really tough key date. And the last date of the series, the 1970D, the last year this was struck on a silver planchet, MS 66 condition. That last year of the series, the 70D, those coins, you see them on the market for $1,000, $1,500. There's one for almost $1,200 in MS 66. There's one for almost $1,400 in MS 66. There's another one for almost around $1,600 in MS 66. Here's a dealer offering a complete 8-coin set in MS 66. Again, he notes how extremely hard it is to find to put a set together like this in 6.6. That set is at $4,400, a fair price. $2,595 for this set. If you can't swing the entire $2,595 today, put down half today of $1,297.50, and we'll put one of these sets aside for you. I have a limited number of these sets today in this condition, in MS66 condition at this price, folks. It's extremely difficult to get so many of these dates in the condition you see them in. Whether you get the MS65 set or the MS66 set, you'll get a copy, the third edition of my Franklin and Kennedy half-dollar book, the limited library edition, the hardcover edition, hand-numbered and signed by me, with your collection. This is a great, great set to collect, folks. The Franklin and Kennedy half-dollar series has so much opportunity for the collector of today because you're getting so much eye appeal, quality, and rarity for so relatively few of your numismatic dollars. Again, the complete set in MS65. You've got so many coins in there that are as rare or rarer than a 1941S Walking Liberty half-dollar in 6.5. And that Walking Liberty half-dollar in 6.5, that coin alone is a $1,000 plus coin. And here we have this entire 8-coin Kennedy set with all those rarities for only $9.95, about $125 a coin. But if you can swing the MS66 set, I mean, these coins are so rare in the beautiful, brilliant condition you see them in. Just a little over $300 a coin, folks. I mean, it really is kind of a dream come true, because if you try to put this set together yourself, if you go into your local coin shop or your local coin show and look for these Kennedy half-dollars in this kind of condition, you're not going to find them. They are that rare. That entire MS66 set, the entire silver Kennedy set, all 8 dates, for only $2,595. And you'll get a copy, hard copy, limited edition of the Franklin and Kennedy book. You'll also get a brochure that talks about the proprietary Kennedy aspirational holder and what it offers you. Remember that these not only represent the finest eye appeal and quality for their date and grade, they will also have their own separate populations in the NGC census. In fact, they do right now, if you look in the NGC website. So those populations you see right there, folks, for the Kennedy half-dollars, those are for all the Kennedy half-dollars certified. The examples that are going to be in the Kennedy aspirational holder, those populations are a tiny fraction of the numbers you see there. Today and in the years to come will be a small fraction of the population totals you see right there. So that 1965P, for example, 2,185 coins greater than 65, perhaps 25–30% of those would be Kennedy aspiration quality, a few hundred coins. In 6.6, you might be talking about 100 to 150 coins. And you're getting it all for only $2,595 for the 6.6 set, $995 for the 6.5 set, folks. You're getting the very best possible eye appeal and quality for the date and grade at the very best price. That's what it's all about, something really, really special. I hope you can take advantage of it. Thanks for watching. This is extraordinary. This is
sure
cool. This is great. You know, there are so many. I don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, neither do you.
Right.
By that, folks, we mean, you know, a lot of folks out there assume because it's a new mint product that it's not worth collecting. Well, and a lot of times that's true because they'll strike millions of them.
Right.
And so we're always very careful. I tell you, be careful because sometimes the mint will have a new product and they'll strike them by the millions.
Right.
But then they fool us and they'll come out with a product where they limit the mintage to only 50,000.
50,000.
And we had the True Mint set, which we had for $329,
Right.
which was a
True
great
Mint set, yeah.
price. And
Very
now
popular.
Jack, take a look at this. This is the newest, folks. This is the Kennedy Coin and Chronicle. We've got it over there. Jack, I was shocked, you know, when I saw this set. The mintage is limited to 50,000, folks.
Yep.
When we first had this price, we were figuring we would have to charge somewhere around $250, $260, $259 maybe.
Right.
Because they're only striking 50,000 of these. You look at the mintages of the
And there
real
it is.
quickly.
Yeah, we're not kidding around here. The price is up
Real
already.
quickly. Typically, this is the part of the presidential series. Typically, they strike these coins in the millions. There's the first page, millions. Go to the second page.
Yeah,
We
that
gotta-
whole page, they're over 3 million.
Yeah,
that whole page,
you know,
a million to 3
this is
million.
in descending order.
And look
Okay,
at
in
it.
descending order, it's still over a million. You get to the very bottom, and there you've got 50,000. Now, the Truman and Eisenhower we had, they're gone.
Right.
The Kennedy has just come out, folks. The Truman and Eisenhower we were selling at $329. That was a great price. I think the lowest price anybody else had was around $500. We thought we'd have to sell this set for around $249 because not only is it just 50,000, but it's going to be one of the most popular because it's Kennedy.
It's Kennedy.
Yeah.
It's one of the most popular themes in numismatics. So many collectors of
Take
Kennedy.
a look at this set. It's not one coin. It's 2 coins, folks. We've got it for $129. Not $249, not $199. You know, I was thinking we were dreaming that maybe we'd be able to do it for under $200. We've got it for $129. That's you see the inaugural medal, and if that portrait looks familiar, that's the portrait they used for the 1964 Kennedy half dollar. This coin is larger than a silver dollar.
Yeah, much larger.
It's the size of the American Silver Eagle. It's 1 ounce of pure silver. And they only strike, and then you got the Kennedy reverse proof. 50,000 minted, folks. $129. Call in for one of these. One of the deals they had at the Mint is they restricted, this is so weird, Jack, because they start offering these by the millions to collectors. So you have all these collectors who are buying these presidential sets, millions of them. And then when you get to the end of the series with the most recent presidents, all of a sudden they limited the mintage to only 50,000. And here you have millions of collectors trying to put sets together.
Right, yeah, everybody.
So you've got the key
earlier
date here,
presidents, right.
folks. That's the demand for this coin is going to be off the charts. And this is one of those times when the Mint comes out with something new that, boy, they surprise you and make an announcement that they're only going to strike 50,000 and not 2 million or not a million and a half.
Or infinite,
Yeah, or
to
infinite
demand.
because
Usually it's to demand. How
Yeah.
many people order it? That's how many they make.
Exactly. In the
In this
past,
case, they did just total opposite.
exactly. In the past, that's what they would do. They would strike as many as they had orders for. But here, I don't know how they make any profit on this when they limit it to 50,000. You figure the production costs.
Oh yeah. Besides making the coins, I mean the dollar's a reverse proof, so that takes a lot of effort to make a
Show
coin
them a
like
couple
that.
eBay prices here. Jack found a couple eBay prices, and we like the complete set ungraded. This is where I think the true value will be. It's like the GSA dollar. People want the GSA dollar in the original GSA holder, and there you see one guy asking $500 for his original set. There's a guy asking $700 for his original set. Then there's a guy who had his coins graded, and he wants basically $2,000, $1,900 for his set, graded in 70. Yep. These will probably grade 70. Yeah, they'll grade 69 or 70.
Yeah.
But the value in this, I feel, is long-term. Get the original set. Folks, this is a deal for the collector of today. Thanks again for watching. and we'll be right back. You're watching Rick's U.S. Coin Show on Rare Collectibles TV. Folks, over the years, I have been entrusted with building some of the finest coin collections for my clients. Just recently, my clients were awarded several prestigious awards from NGC, the Numismatic Guarantee Corporation. This is an award at Everest Collection Liberty Head Double Eagles, the finest known proof collection Type 3 variety given by NGC. And to the right, we see another award for Liberty Head Double Eagles, the complete set from 1850 to 1907. Here's one for seated Liberty half dollars. Proof condition, the finest known set of proof seated Liberty half dollars. Now, what is the point of showing those awards that my clients have received? I'm not going to stand up here and offer you something that I don't think is a great coin for you to own. I've never done that, and I never will. I come up here when I have something that I think is a really, truly exceptional opportunity for our viewers of Rare Collectibles TV. And I've got an incredible coin for you today. It receives my highest recommendation. In fact, I'll go so far as to say that if there's just one United States coin I would strongly encourage you to own, if you've never acquired a United States rare coin in your life or never planned to acquire another, this one coin, it's truly a national treasure, folks. It's the gold double eagle that I have for you today. This historic classic is extremely rare in the condition I have it in. It's the 1907 first year of issue St. Gaudens Double Eagle, a coin whose final design wasn't approved until late in 1907. And it wasn't even struck until the final 2 months in 1907. And so, in total, the Mint was only able to strike 361,667 coins. An incredibly minuscule mintage. And of those 361,000 coins, virtually all of them immediately went into circulation. They were struck for commerce. Citizens were using the coins to buy and sell things with. That's their purpose. They were struck for commerce. Today, by what I can only describe as a miracle, we have recovered over 100 examples from a fresh mint bag, similar to this bag that I'm holding right now, that had been hidden in a vault for about 90 years. And these coins have now been certified as choice uncirculated, mint state 62 condition. Take a look at these 1907 first year of issue St. Gaudens Double Eagles, struck in 1907. The quality of these coins, folks, is phenomenal. You look at this coin, folks. The Double Eagle. The Double Eagle is a little smaller in diameter than a Morgan dollar. It's the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint. It's a little smaller than a Morgan dollar. However, it's about 25% heavier than a Morgan dollar. They're very heavy coins, struck in a very soft metal, gold. To survive in this condition is miraculous. These survivors, folks, in this condition, Mint State 62 is extraordinary. Extraordinary. To have over 100 examples is a first in the history of Coin TV. These 1907 Saints, folks, take a look at the rarity of these coins. We have had St. Gaudens double eagles before in an uncirculated condition, but they're typically more common dates in the series. The most common being the 1924 P, where you can see PCGS has graded over 50,000 examples, or the 1908 P, Nomata, where they've graded over 20,000 examples. The 1927 P. Those first three dates, folks, supply the bulk of the uncirculated St. Gaudens double eagles in existence. Just those first three dates. You get down to some of those rare dates. 1923 P, only 7,800 coins. And there you see the 1907 P at the bottom. Only 2,900 coins in mint state 62 condition, and you see the mintage there. Now I've got one more chart that will help illustrate what I'm talking about. When you look at the entire series, they struck over 70 million coins in uncirculated mint state condition. NGC and PCGS combined have graded about 1.9 million. That only represents about 2.5% to 3% of the total mintage. But of that total, the 24P, 27P, and 08 Nomata represent the vast majority of the uncirculated specimens. The remaining 48 dates, 675,000 coins, spread out among the 48 dates. So this 07P, first year of issue in mint state condition, is an incredibly special opportunity. Now, for those of you new to numismatics, coins are graded on a 70-point scale, from a low of 1 to a high of 70. It's called the Sheldon grading scale, and it's been used by the major grading services since the mid-1980s. The lower the number, the worse the condition of the coin. A coin with a 1 is a coin so heavily worn you can barely make out any detail on the coin at all. You can barely make out the date. A very heavily worn coin. Anything below a 60 is a coin that has been in circulation with wear on the coin. A 60 and above, anything from 60 to 70, is a coin that has never been in circulation. In other words, these coins could have been in this bag, or a bag like this, since 1907, undisturbed. And that's pretty rare. There aren't too many double eagles out there that have never come out of the mint bag, have spent over 100 years in a mint bag. Now, once you get to 60, you have a coin that has been uncirculated, and typically that 60 is a coin that's, well, it's never been in circulation and has a lot of heavy bag marks. Remember, folks, these coins were not made for collecting back then. They were struck for commerce. They were meant to be spent. So the mint tried to produce the most coins possible without a lot of concern about the quality. The coins were struck on a high-speed press, ejected into a bin. One coin would fall on top of another, collecting dings, gouges, and scuffs along the way. They would go through coin counting machines. They would go through the inspection and adjustment department. And from there, they would be dumped into bags. And the bags would be thrown onto trains. And these bags were heavy. So they didn't gingerly place them on the train. They would literally throw them on. The coins would then be rattling around for weeks on the train, abrading with each other and accumulating all kinds of bag marks, long before they even arrived at the banks across the country. And these heavy coins, struck in gold, a very soft metal, would acquire what is referred to as bag marks. And you can see from looking at this example, here's a typical double eagle. And you can see from the deep cuts and gouges, simply from abrading and colliding with other coins. Look at the deep cut along the rim and a deep gash in Liberty's waist. This coin is not even gradable. Here's another one. This is a 1907, the last year of the Liberty Double Eagle series. And you can see a deep cut along her upper cheekbone there, a deep scrape at the bottom part of her neck and back of her head. Again, this is all from contact. These are large, heavy coins. And this is why it is so hard to get high-quality, uncirculated coins, and why it's so exciting when we have these coins in this outstanding quality today. These are really rare, only 2,900 certified by PCGS. Now, all our coins are going to be graded by either PCGS or NGC. And that's very important. They're the two most highly respected independent grading services in the country. All the dealers and collectors recognize them as being the two most highly respected grading services in the nation. That guarantees you the fact that the coin is the quality we say it is. So if you're new to collecting, folks, this is your guarantee. Now, again, this is a limited time offer. These glorious first year of issue 1907 St. Gaudens Double Eagles you see today, largest gold coin ever struck for commerce by the U.S. Mint. The coin was actually named after the preeminent sculptor of the era, Augustus St. Gaudens. Many numismatists consider it the most beautiful and inspirational coin design in our history. It was St. Gaudens' final masterpiece, folks, as he tragically passed away from cancer in 1907, the year the coin was due to be first released. And with St. Gaudens' passing, Charles Barber, who was the chief engraver at the Mint, was tasked with the responsibility of fine-tuning the design to make it acceptable for striking by the die press. As a result, the Mint was only able to begin striking these coins late in 1907, the final couple months of the year. And they weren't released to the public until late in December of 1907. Now you take a look at one of these. To survive in this condition, folks, these coins should not exist in this condition. This is the whole point. These should not exist. And I'm going to tell you why they exist. I'm going to tell you that story in just a couple minutes. This coin, though, without question, the St. Gaudens Double Eagle is the single most popular gold coin in all of U.S. numismatics. You regularly find this classic on the cover of numismatic magazines and books. Here's a numismatic rare coin market report. Every collector probably wants at least one St. Gaudens Double Eagle in their collection, without question. Now, talking about being in the right place at the right time, a little over 100 of these coins. Folks, the only reason that we have this opportunity today, these most historic national treasures, this first year of issue, extremely rare in any condition, but preserved in extraordinary mid-state 62. The only reason they exist is, interestingly enough, due to the Great Depression. The Great Depression began in late 1929. It was economic devastation for countries around the world. Our country hadn't experienced anything like it since the Civil War. The stock market crashed. Unemployment was around 25%. It was catastrophic. There were an estimated 4,000 bank failures in 1933 alone. Millions of Americans had their life savings wiped out. Overnight, a family that felt secure suddenly found themselves destitute because there was no FDIC insurance back then. Your money wasn't guaranteed. Could you imagine having your life savings, 20 years, 30 years of your life savings in the bank for safekeeping? That was your nest egg, folks. And imagine going to the bank the next day and the banks shuttered closed. They failed. You were wiped out, affecting hundreds of thousands of families, millions of families. So, a lot of citizens who had their life savings in banks that had not yet failed were understandably terrified that their bank would be next. And so they began pulling their money out of their bank and taking that paper money, which for all they knew could be next to worthless in 6 months or a year, and they began buying United States gold coins. I think I probably would have done the same thing if I had been in their position. After all, gold, throughout human history, across cultures, has always had a special value. So you had all these citizens pulling their money out of banks, buying these gold coins, which created additional stress on our banking system. They had to put a stop on this run on the banks because that was just threatening more banks, more bank failures. And so on April 5th, 1933, then President Franklin Roosevelt passed Executive Order 6102, which made owning over $100 worth of gold or gold bullion or gold certificates illegal. And back then, gold was about $20 an ounce. So the maximum number of gold double eagles you could own were 5. And everyone would have to turn their gold coins into the Treasury for paper money on or before May 1st, 1933. And if you were caught with over $100 worth of gold, folks, it was enforced. You could face a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment or both. And folks, they enforced it. And so all those people that had accumulated all those gold coins had to turn them in to the Treasury in exchange for paper money. Now, what did the Treasury do with all these gold coins? Over the span of that decade, the mint melted down 39% of the entire mintage of all gold double eagles. That was over 50 million coins. Now, this is where the great European bank hoard comes in. Well, people were caught between a rock and a hard place. On the one hand, they could keep their savings in the bank and risk complete financial ruin if their bank failed. Or on the other hand, they could buy gold to preserve their wealth, but face a $10,000 fine or 10 years imprisonment. But there was a third option. It turns out not every citizen turned all their gold in. For individuals of means and some institutions who basically said to themselves, well, the government might tell us it is illegal to own over $100 worth of gold in this country. The executive order didn't say we can't own gold in another country. And so, before the executive order took effect, there were some individuals and institutions who bought United States gold coins by the bag, and they began shipping bags of gold coins to banks in Europe. And those bags of United States gold coins have been sitting in those vaults undisturbed since the early 1930s until now. And if not for one of those bags sitting there since the 1930s, these coins would not exist. Stunning. Oh, almost like they're specimens. One of the great classic designs. It's the one coin where you have this classic obverse, this incredible, iconic rendition of Liberty on the obverse. But the reverse is equally inspirational. The reverse. The American eagle. Its wings outstretched in full flight on an upward trajectory with rays of the sun behind. It's magnificent. To survive in this condition, these heavy gold double eagles, about an ounce of gold. As far as the St. Gaudens Double Eagle series goes, I think the 1907 Saint, the few that we have, represents the holy grail coming out of the great European gold hoard. Folks, I could show you some prices what other dealers are selling this coin for. $5,900, $5,500, but that's irrelevant. Because when we get a great deal like this, a great opportunity, we don't base it on what the market will bear. We base it on our cost. $4,900 for this coin would be a great opportunity. We'd sell them. We would surely sell them. But it wouldn't be based on our cost. Now, $3,900 would be a phenomenal price. Remember, again, you got about a full ounce of gold here. Gold is around $1,800 an ounce. This is the 1907 St. Gaudens, extremely rare in any condition, uncirculated. We've got this coin today. Call in now while we have them, folks. We have a limited quantity of these. This is a date we rarely get. When we do get them, we might get 4 or 5 pieces. We got these out of the great European gold hoard. They came from a mint bag, just graded. While we have them, $3,295 a coin. And it's available on the 2-payment option. So in other words, it's a great price, but if you can't swing the entire $32.95 today, if you can put half down of $1,647.50, we will set one of these 1907 Saints aside for you with your name on it, put it in our vault, and pay the balance in 30 days. It doesn't get any better than that. We can't do any better than that, folks. This is a date that, it's always a thrill when I get the 1907 Saints in. There are so many other St. Gaudens dates that we've offered over the years, but my number one favorite St. Gaudens will always be this first year of issue. It only struck for a couple months late in 1907. Tiny mintage of only 361,000 coins. Most went into circulation. A lot of them were melted down by the Treasury. As you can see from the population report, only 2,900 graded by PCGS in Mid-State 62. This is a small window of opportunity, but your timing is perfect, folks. Never has the numismatic premium for such a rare gold coin been so low as it is right now. There was an article that came out in a coin dealer publication. Is it time for a new perspective on generic gold? Now, when they're talking about generic gold, they're talking about the most common gold. For example, the 1924P, 1908 Nomato, 1927P, those are generic St. Gaudens double eagles. They're not rare dates like that 1907. That's not a generic coin. This is a rarity. But here's the important segment of that article. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. What do they mean by that? I remember a time, it was at least 15, 20 years ago, I had a Mint-State double eagle when gold was around $350 to $400 an ounce. It was in that range. I remember selling it to a dealer for around $3,500, or in other words, 10 times the gold value. That's what these coins were going for at that particular time, 10 times the gold value in mint-state condition. Now today gold is between $1,700, $1,800 an ounce. 10 times the gold value is $18,000. And here I have this really rare 1907, not a 1908 or 1924P or 27P. It's a coin that's at least 10 times rare, 20 times rarer than any of those coins. And we've got them for less than twice the melt value, folks. There is so much potential in these coins today. This is a coin you want to hold on to. This is a keepsake. This is a national treasure. This is a coin you can feel so good about because you're not taking a big risk here. This is a classic with about a full ounce of gold, this first year of issue, this most desirable gold double eagle from the 20th century, a coin that will always be in tremendous, tremendous demand, especially in uncirculated mint-state condition. It's the 1907. Most importantly, folks, it's this 1907 that is of the no motto variety. There is no "In God We Trust" on the coin. Early in 1908, there was an outcry among citizens in the country to have the motto "In God We Trust" added to the coin. And so they added "In God We Trust" to the reverse of the coin just above the sun. So the vast majority of St. Gaudens double eagles are struck with what we call the motto reverse. This no motto reverse, extremely rare. And again, all the 1907s of the few that are out there are the no motto variety. Now the question is, well, why didn't it have a motto? Well, there was no "In God We Trust" in 1907 because then President Theodore Roosevelt believed putting "In God We Trust" on a coin was sacrilege because of the fact that many people would use coins for less than noble purposes. And so that was his very strong, passionate belief. He even wrote an editorial article that appeared in the New York Times of the day explaining why he didn't want "In God We Trust" on the coin. However, public sentiment was overwhelming. Everyone wanted "In God We Trust." And so he relented, and early in 1908, they added In God We Trust to the St. Gaudens Double Eagle. And all the St. Gaudens Double Eagles struck after that date, early in 1908 through the end of the series, 1933, had In God We Trust. And 1933 was the last year the St. Gaudens was struck. There have been no gold double eagles struck for commerce since 1933. No gold coins at all since 1933, folks. This is from another era. This is from a bygone era. This is a classic. They aren't making any more of these. The demand is only going to grow with the passage of time for a national treasure like we have here today. This is a coin to put away for yourself, your kids, your grandkids, to keep in the family. If you can swing 2, if you can swing 3, I would encourage you to do so. Again, we have just over 100 examples, and it's the 1907. It's not a 1924P common date or a 1927P common date. It's the extremely rare 1907, struck only for a couple months late in 1907. Very few have survived in uncirculated condition. This is a coin that'll be so good to you. I love this coin. I truly do. I love making presentations on the 1907 because it's such a great story. And it's the story that makes this coin what it is today. The history, the meaning, what it means to our country, the words and symbols, the images on this coin. It's what America is all about. I hope you can take advantage of it. Thank you for watching. I love silver dollars, folks. The United States minted silver dollars. When I first started buying and selling rare coins in the early 1980s, I was always looking for the finest silver dollars for my clients. Since then, I have built among the finest collections of Morgan dollars in existence. In fact, many of my clients have gotten awards from NGC for the finest collections of proof Morgan dollars. #1 ranked full collections, complete sets of proof Morgan dollars. Here's one that was given out in 2004. Finest collection, outstanding achievement, Everest collection of proof Morgan dollars. In fact, I have a picture of one of those coins right here. The finest known 1879 proof Morgan dollar. Now here's the thing. If you came to me and asked me, Rick, can you put a collection of Morgan dollars in proof condition like that for me today? I'd have to tell you no. I can't do that today. Those coins that I put together in that collection some 20 years ago, you can't find them anymore, folks. They're spread throughout the country in various collections. It is not possible to do. What I have today is a set of some amazing proof American Silver Eagles. Folks, this is a silver dollar for the 21st century. This is a silver dollar that if you're collecting for the very first time, this is like those proof Morgan dollars of yore, where you can still assemble a finest collection, finest known, highest possible grade at an affordable cost. The proof American Silver Eagle is the perfect silver dollar for the 21st century for you. In the finest possible condition, proof American Silver Eagles in NGC Everest quality proof 70 Ultra Cameo. Take a look at these coins, folks. This is as good as it gets. There are no proof 71s. 70 is the highest possible grade. It represents perfection under high magnification. There are many coins in this set which are extremely scarce in the condition you see them in. In fact, they're all very scarce, but there are some that are just rarer than the others. This is a great place to begin if you want to build the most stunning silver dollar collection at such a collector-friendly price that you can build and have something that'll just be so good for you and so good to you in the years and decades ahead. Now, why as a collector do I find the American Silver Eagle so appealing? Well, first of all, it's a United States minted coin with all the words and symbols struck on every coin that embody what our great country is all about and what we strive to become. I don't think any American citizen will say we are a perfect nation and that we still don't have work to do. But it's all about what we stand for and what we strive to become. I love what America stands for. And this coin, in its words, symbols, and images, is a daily reminder of what it means to be an American. These American Eagle silver dollars are by far the largest silver dollars ever struck by the United States Mint. They're much larger than a Morgan dollar. Indeed, the Morgan dollar compares in size to the American Eagle in about the same proportion as a half dollar compares in size to a Morgan dollar. It's a huge coin. While the Morgan dollar is a silver dollar struck in 90% silver, it's about 0.77 an ounce of silver, while the American Silver Eagle is a full ounce of silver, 0.999 pure, from silver mined in the United States of America. And then there is the artistry, beginning with the obverse. Lady Liberty, first appearing on what is now referred to as the Walking Liberty half dollar in 1916, reappeared for this American Silver Eagle series in 1986. Originally designed by Adolph Weinman, this is one of the great masterpieces, one of the iconic representations of Lady Liberty that's ever appeared on an American coin. Now, the model for Weinman's Lady Liberty is thought to be Audrey Munson. She was referred to as America's Venus, the first supermodel. Her likeness is on statues throughout New York City, in parks, at the top of municipal buildings, and in museums. She is also referred to as the most visible New York woman that you don't know. There she is, as Lady Liberty, gracefully striding across the landscape toward the sun and a new dawn of a new day, her right hand outstretched in a gesture of peace, hope, ultimately liberty itself, draped in the American flag, carrying branches of laurel and oak in her left arm, symbolic of civil and military glory. Now is the perfect time to begin building a collection of these classics, folks, if you haven't already. And this is the perfect set, in the finest possible condition, the highest possible grade, every coin reviewed by me with my Everest seal, Proof 70 Ultra Cameo, and all for a truly collector-friendly price. Now, if you're new to collecting, Proof 70, a grade of 70 is rarely given to one of these early Proof Silver Eagles. To get a grade of 70 from either NGC or PCGS, these are the most highly respected independent grading services in the nation. To get a 70, a coin must appear flawless under high magnification. And very few coins of this size are flawless under high magnification. I'd like you to take a look at these magnificent American Silver Eagles in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo condition. Beginning with the 2003, all struck at West Point. Every coin an Everest Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. 2003, 2004, 2005. These first three issues, folks, are semi-key dates. They're extremely elusive in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. When you get to 2006, the quality control, the technology at the Mint saw gradual improvements in the coins being produced, minted, coming from the West Point Mint. So you begin to see more Proof 70s, but these are still very, very scarce coins. And then 2008, and then we have 2010. There were no proofs struck in 2009. Because what happened, by law, the Mint was obligated to strike Mint State American Silver Eagles for everybody that ordered one. And there was a tremendous, tremendous rush to silver coinage in 2009, the mint ended up striking over 30 million American silver eagles in mint state, and they actually ran out of silver for the proof issues. Collectors were so upset that the mint promised never again to run out of silver for the proof American silver eagle. And we finish with the last two coins in this set, the 2010 and the 2011. Now, in past presentations, I have offered these American Silver Eagles in Proof 69 Ultra Cameo, because the elusive holy grail of the American Silver Eagle series, that ultimate flawless Proof 70, are so few and far between. Now, first of all, again, these are Proof American Silver Eagles, or proof coins. There's a big difference between a mint state coin and a proof coin. The mint state coins are struck in much higher numbers. You take a look at that mint state American Silver Eagle. It has the traditional silvery, satiny surface, and you'll find bag marks on it as well. These coins were struck. You would see coins that would braid with one another. They'd get small bag marks and ticks. Proof coins, on the other hand, are really special. They're meant to represent the state of the minter's art. They're nothing new. The mint has been making proof coins since the early 1800s. But back in those early days, only dignitaries, ambassadors, kings, or queens could receive a proof coin from the U.S. Mint as a gift, as a source of pride from our country that we could produce something of such high quality. To make a proof coin, the concept has never changed. You take the finest possible dyes. Today, they would take those dyes, polish them until they have a mirror-like finish. They would acid etch the cameo effect into the dye to create a really strong cameo frosted effect, so Liberty would be frosted white. These dyes would be put in place, and every coin would be slowly inserted into these dyes, and they would not be struck once, but at least twice under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. And then most importantly, once struck, the coins would not be ejected into a bin, they would be individually handled. When you bought your proof coin, it would come in this kind of government packaging, as you see here. This is an original government set. The traditional packaging, a very nice custom packaging. It came straight from the mint, but look, notice the spot and around the periphery, around 3, 4 o'clock there by the rim. That doesn't come off, folks. That's part of the production problems that they had at the mint. And that's what makes the Proof 70s so rare. Making a proof coin is very labor intensive, and especially when you're talking about American Silver Eagle in proof. The dies had to be replaced far more frequently because they had to strike these coins and double strike them under higher pressure to bring out every possible detail of the design. So you had frequent changes of the die. The mint could only strike a limited number of these coins. And in fact, if you were to buy a proof American Silver Eagle directly from the mint today, it would cost you over $70, even though silver's around $26, $27. You can get a mint state American Silver Eagle for about the price of silver. The proofs, however, are far more expensive because it is so labor intensive. Now, timing is everything. In the year 2021, the U.S. Mint made United States numismatic history. It was the headline in publications across our nation. New designs coming for the reverse of the American Silver Eagle. And there you see the eagles for the new reverses for the gold and silver American Eagle. The American Silver Eagle, which had traditionally been struck with the heraldic eagle reverse design, which originally came from our earliest silver dollar struck in the late 1700s, where the heraldic eagle first appeared. And here we have an actual silver dollar from that era, the reverse of that coin, with that heraldic eagle reverse. John Mercanti, when he had designed the American Silver Eagle in 1986, he used Adolph Weinman's obverse of the Lady Liberty, and he took that heraldic eagle reverse, made his own updated version of it, and used that for these earliest American Silver Eagle coins. And that reverse, the last year of that incredible creation is 2021. And folks, when the Mint announced that 2021 would be the last year of the heraldic eagle reverse, and the coins were offered for sale in proof, the Mint sold out in a record 3 minutes. Orders were filled in 3 minutes. In fact, some people are saying it was under 3 minutes. It was around 2 minutes. But that's a record. I don't think that'll ever be broken. Now, what does that mean for you? What's happening, folks, is that there are so many new collectors coming into the market every day. And the demand for these American Silver Eagles has just exploded over the last several years. To put these sets together in proof is so much more challenging than putting these sets together in mint state. There were so fewer proofs struck than mint state coins. When you look at the total mintages of all the mint state American Silver Eagles and all the proof American Silver Eagles, you gain an appreciation of why this set I have for you today in proof is so special. Where you can see the mint state coins, the mintages were typically between 5 and 40 million struck in any given year. In only 2 years did they strike more than 1 million proof American Silver Eagles. The proof production represents only about 4% of the production compared to the mint state coins. Now, what's of greatest importance to you is the rarity of these coins in proof 70. Because the mintage has nothing to do with the rarity of the coin in proof 70. Take a look at these population totals, beginning with the first year of issue of the series, the 1986S. And here we have both the PCGS and NGC numbers, and you can see there are a lot fewer examples graded by NGC than PCGS in proof 70 Ultra Cameo. And you see some years where fewer than 2,000 coins have been certified in proof 70 Ultra Cameo in those early years. Those early years struck at the San Francisco Mint, and then from 1993 to 2000, they were struck at the Philadelphia Mint. And then in 2001, they transferred production to the West Point Mint. And then when we get to the West Point numbers, it's the earliest years which are the most elusive in proof 70 Ultra Cameo. The toughest dates by far are the 2001 and 2002. They are rare, folks. Here's a 2001 that sold in auction for almost $4,000. But then again, those first 5 years are really tough years in the West Point series. Technology began to see gradual improvements at the West Point Mint. You see more proof 70s being graded until you get to the later years when you look at the 2016, 95,000 certified. In fact, you look at the 2021, a coin that just came out, and it's already has 70,000 coins graded. And the 2020, with the 75th anniversary of World War II, a highly, highly desirable coin, around 15,000 already certified in 70 Ultra Cameo. Those folks go for $2,000 to $3,000. And here's one listed that's being offered for $2,400. That's what they go for. This is why I put this set together. When you look at the populations of the coins that I have in this set, that go from 2003 to 2011. You've got coins like the 2003 with only 11,000 coins certified, 2004 only 12,000, 2005 only 15,000. The last coin in the set, the 2011, 44,000. I have been most fortunate to get first crack at a really historic collection of original West Point proof American Silver Eagles. I cherry-picked this collection, folks. It took me about a week. And the dates you have here on display are the dates that I am able to offer complete sets on while I have them. There are a lot of coins that came out of the collection that are proof 69s. But here's the really great part for you. I'm going to be offering the proof 69s at a future date, but they're not going to be that much less than this proof 70 set. This proof 70 set, folks, is available for less than $225 a coin. I'm passing my good fortune on to you today. The entire set is only $1,795. The American Silver Eagles have so many collectors, new collectors coming into the market, we can't get enough of them, especially in Proof 70 and Proof 69 condition. This Proof 70 set that you see here, I could easily offer at $24.95 and we would sell them, but it wouldn't be my best price to you. I was extremely fortunate to get first crack on these, and we got some extraordinary Proof 70 grades on this small group you see here.
And I'm able to offer the entire set for only $1,795. That's less than $225 per coin.
Now, if you can't afford the entire set, there are a couple options. Option number one, if you just want to get one American Silver Eagle, you can get either the 2010 or the 2011
at $229.
Those are the coins that I have the most of, and if you want an individual example, you can get one
For only $229,
There is a limit of 5 per coin per caller, okay? I have to put a limit of 5 because I can't have somebody calling in and ordering 80 of them, because that would about clean me out of the 2010s, and then we wouldn't be able to offer any sets. So there is a 5 coin limit if you want to just get a 2010 or a 2011 West Point in Proof 70.
they're only $229 a coin.
If you want to get the entire set,
It's $1,795. It includes all those really tough dates.
the 2003, 2004, 2005, all extremely elusive in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo.
And if you can't swing the entire $1,795 today, we have the set available on our 2-payment option, where all you have to do is put half down today of
$897.50. And we'll hold this set for you and pay the balance in 30 days.
$224.37 a coin.
This is a set, folks, for the collector of today. These stunning Proof American Silver Eagles in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. This is the perfect place to start. You're getting some of the more elusive dates in the highest possible grade. The timing of this couldn't be better. With so many new collectors coming into the market, really attracted to this historic new reverse design that came out in 2021, which makes these earlier American Silver Eagles really important key dates, because it's these earlier issues which are so much rarer in Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. It's these earlier issues that the future collectors for this series are going to be really looking for to complete their sets. That's how it's always been. When you look at Morgan dollars, and you want to complete your Morgan dollar set in mint state, well, you've got a lot of really tough dates. I mean, the 1893S Morgan dollar in just MS60 condition right now is up to about $200,000, simply because it's the rarest date in the series. And then there are other dates which are really elusive, you know, like an 1884S, very rare, not as rare as a 93S, but very rare coin. Also, you know, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And you see very much the same thing with the American Silver Eagles. You're going to have your common dates, these coins that are now being struck by the U.S. Mint, where the production quality is so high, the vast majority grade Proof 70. But once you get into the earlier years, like you see in this set here, you've got some really elusive dates, but I have them at a common date price. And that's the key. You've got all the upside, the entire set.
Only $1,795.
Got a lot of people calling in. This is a situation where we have people who take advantage of our 2-payment option, put half down today. We can put the set aside for you. This is going to be a very, very difficult set to replace at these prices that I have for you today, folks. I hope you can take advantage of it. The sets and the coins in this condition are not getting any cheaper, all right? I can tell you that. I have had to pay for some of these exceptional American Silver Eagles a lot more today than I did a couple years ago. They're not getting any cheaper. They're getting more desirable by the week. So I sincerely hope you can take advantage of this opportunity to get really the most beautiful silver dollar ever struck by the U.S. Mint, in my opinion. This is a silver dollar for the 21st century, the collector of the 21st century. This is an opportunity for you. Thank you for watching.
Share and get out your phone because you're going to want to call us immediately. Here's what's happening. Rare Collectibles TV is one of just a few companies in the whole entire world that have been invited by the United States Mint and NGC to participate in a program featuring the advance release of a new silver dollar and the last of its kind that is just about to be issued by the U.S. Mint. This is a pre-sale. This is an opportunity to get something hardly anybody else is going to have, an advance release. So, ladies and gentlemen, 2021, it's a special year. It's a transitional year for a silver dollar. In 1921, the Morgan dollar transitioned within the same year to the peace dollar. I will tell you this, there has never been more excitement for an American silver dollar than we are seeing right now for this coin. So let's get right to it, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at what we are talking about. 2021 from the West Point Mint, featuring the Heraldic Eagle Type 1 reverse made famous by John Mercanti as an advance release in the highest grade attainable, a Proof 70. That number 70, oh man, and you look at the Ultra Cameo as well. But the number, Proof 70, means that what you are about to receive is a coin that is completely flawless. No imperfections whatsoever, even when the coin is viewed under 5 times magnification. No imperfections. In our exclusive label. So this is the first time the U.S. Mint has pre-released a coin to a certain group of vendors who do a great deal of business with the Mint. This is a pedigree which is going to have its own line in the population reports of NGC. So not only is our exclusive label, that Mercanti Reagan artwork label, going to be a separate line in the NGC database, so will these advanced releases. So you're getting a pedigree second to none. This has a great shot of being one of the lowest populations of an American Silver Eagle ever. It is the last year of the famed Heraldic Eagle reverse of John Mercanti's original design, which first appeared on a United States silver dollar in 1986. John Mercanti started at the United States Mint in 1974 as an assistant engraver, assistant to the chief engraver. He was prolific. He was an artist, a master sculptor. In fact, the label that we feature, that artwork was taken from a sculpture that Mercanti did during his time at the U.S. Mint, a sculpture of Ronald Reagan. And Ronald Reagan is the president who was considered the father of the American Eagle program. He's the president who signed into law in 1985 the bill that started it all. So we consider him the father of the American Eagle. This silver dollar has risen to a position of popularity that has never been equaled by any other silver dollar. It has surpassed the fame of the Morgan dollars, and that is a mouthful, ladies and gentlemen. And this has now become the longest running series of a dollar and the most popular and the most collected, and I'll tell you why. Because in these unbelievable silver dollars, also the largest one we ever struck, you get an opportunity to own perfection. something that you could never get in a Peace dollar or a Morgan dollar or any one of the previous dollars. Only the silver American Eagle dollars, the pure silver, the largest coin. It has it all. Truly the last of their kind as well. Type 1. When you look at the reverse of the American Silver Eagle dollar, it features a tribute designed, engraved, modeled, the whole 9 yards by John Mercanti that pays tribute to the heraldic eagle dollars of yesteryear. That was his aim when he was chosen to engrave both the obverse and the reverse dies for this coin in 1986. Because John Mercanti had been at the Mint since 1974. By 2006, he rose to the position of just the 12th chief engraver the Mint ever had. And he retired in 2010, but his legacy has grown every year. The appreciation for what Mr. Mercanti accomplished on this silver dollar is the stuff of legends. Beginning in 1986, this is a table that demonstrates to everybody out there the millions and millions of coins that have been struck by the U.S. Mint. And many of these coins have ended up in collectors' hands and become some great rarities. But year in and year out, millions of coins are struck. We go over to the middle column right there, and under the word proof, you see the mintages of the collector coins, of which we are about to feature one of the very last ones. We are featuring the last heraldic eagle reverse of all time. And it continues, because this program has been going strong since 1986. You can see that in Mint State, as a business strike, every year there's millions of these coins that are issued. And I will remind all you collectors out there that not one of those coins from yesteryear are remaining in the Treasury vaults. They've all been dispersed. And that's true of the proof coins as well. And you can see on the far column, another collectible version was introduced in 2006. But what we're dealing with here, ladies and gentlemen, is the last of its kind. This coin sold out, not just in one day at the U.S. Mint, or not just in an hour. This had never happened before. It was minutes that this coin sold out. The pent-up demand, the desire to own the last of its kind, the last heraldic reverse silver dollar of this amazing series, culminated in a mad dash to get these coins. Absolutely the craziest situation you've ever seen in terms of millions and millions of people wanting to get what was only available in a little over 300,000 coins. I don't think the Mint ever saw a sellout of a silver coin as quickly as the last one of these silver dollars sold out. The coin is famous. From day one, it's been collected. And every collector wants an American silver dollar in the highest grade achievable. When we look at Peace dollars, when we look at Morgan dollars at the highest grades attainable, they're mega thousands of dollars. These silver dollars that we feature now come in grades that Morgan dollars or Peace dollars could never touch. You could never hope to own the amazing display of the minter's art like you can on these coins. Never before. Now, here are some key date silver American Eagle dollars that over time have become legendary. In 1986, the very first one was issued, struck at the San Francisco Mint, and the most prolific of all, with almost 1.5 million coins. And still gone like that, and collectors today cannot get a perfect coin unless they really, really search. I mean, it's a quest. And it's also almost $3,000. There's one right there, 1986 in a perfect proof 70 ultra cameo grade. Now, I will remind you folks that the 2021 in the advance release that we are premiering and previewing right now is the highest grade attainable with our exclusive labeling. A coin that sold out, I don't even think it was 5 minutes. There have been sellouts before, but never anything like this coin. Next on the list there was the 1995 from Philadelphia. And here is a coin in a perfect 70 grade that was auctioned off for almost $980. And I got to tell you, if you can find one for $980, buy it, because that coin, man, that coin's cheap. 1993 was a year, if memory serves me correct, that had nearly 500,000 coins struck. Here's an example of one in a perfect grade, just like the coins that we are featuring right now, but a much higher mintage for over $3,200. 1994, up until this 2021 was released, the 1994 was considered the cat's meow. It was considered the key date in the series, and it still is. And here's a 1994, mintage is much, much higher, almost $3,000. So ladies and gentlemen, we have a unique opportunity for the true collector. You are about to witness mayhem in your own household, okay? Because what we are doing now, ladies and gentlemen, is opening up the floodgates on an opportunity on a pre-sale. Now, as soon as these coins are released, they will be coming to you. I would say it's going to take about a month because the coins have to go from the United States Mint to the grading service. They're going to be the very first ones. This puts you ahead of everybody in the line. These coins will then be certified in the absolute highest grade with our special exclusive labeling, and then they're going to be coming to you. So right now, when you lock up whatever it is you're going to buy of these, however many, if you're going to go quantity, if you're going to go a single entity, I will say this, don't miss out on the chance to go big at a great price. Now, honestly, I don't know if this coin was graded or will be graded or not. It's a pre-sale. It's almost $500. And I have a feeling that they would put in the title if it was a perfect proof 70 grade. And that one at almost $500 is just straight from the mint in original government packaging. No grade assigned. Now here's another one, ladies and gentlemen, described as an advance release at almost $550. You get an opportunity to get in on something that had never been done before. You get an opportunity to be part of the numismatic history that made this the last of the Type 1 silver dollars, the last of the Mercante reverse. This is a transition coin. Mid-year of 2021, this coin is going to transition to the new reverse. That's why this coin sold out so fast. There could not be a lot of these coins issued. There is not a lot of time to strike these coins. It's over, it's done, they're gone. As a pre-sale in a perfect grade in our exclusive label, a single entity for $495. 5 coins are $485 each. That's $2,425. And I invite you to split that into 2 equal payments of $12.50. It's going to make it a lot easier, but what it's also going to do, it's going to give you the confidence right now to lock that coin up, to know that your name's going to be on 1 or 5 or 10 or wherever you go with it, and you're going to be guaranteed to get one. And it's also going to make it a lot easier for you to swing the deal. Now, we've gone really big here. We are offering 10 of these rare silver dollars. And let me tell you, there is no, well, gilding the lily on the description of this coin. This is flat out going to be history making. This coin has already made history. There are not enough coins here at Rare Collectibles or anywhere in the world to satisfy the demand for this coin. That's why 5 minutes it was gone. You're getting an opportunity to get the coin in the highest grade. So even if you had been in line, you still wouldn't be in line for an advance release. We are. Even if you had gotten a coin, you got to get multiples because you're not going to be guaranteed to get a perfect grade with 1 coin, maybe not 2 coins, maybe not even 10 coins. But we're going to guarantee you, whether you buy 1 or 10, a perfect grade in our exclusive label. So there's no anxiety, there's no stress, there's no wondering, there's no guessing, there's no praying. You're getting the ultimate. So $4,750 will buy 10 of these coins, and you can break that up into 2 equal payments of $2,375. You know, this opportunity is never going to come around again. With many silver dollars, there's always a hope. There's always a chance. Not here. There are people who still have smoke coming out of their ears, who tried as they might, could not get one of these coins. I mean, banging their heads against the wall. Frustration like you wouldn't believe. And let me tell you, again, even if you had been in the front of the line with us, I can guarantee you a perfect coin. You wouldn't be able to do it on your own. Once in a while, we get to be part of something history-making. Now here, I want to read to you. Our executive producer sent me an email with these bullet points on it. Our executive producer. Not a coin collector. Well, now he is. But when you get somebody who's outside of our realm of collecting, who's so excited about this that he writes me a one-page letter, I got to read it to you. The last line he said here, just typing this email gets me excited about this coin. For the first time, the United States Mint has pre-released a coin to a certain group who do a lot of business with the United States Mint. Because it puts you in a category where they know you can handle it. This is a pedigree that is going to have its own population. It's going to be recorded in the archives of NGC as advanced releases. History breaking. This has never been done before with the American dollars. Never. This has a really unbelievable shot at having one of the lowest populations ever in perfect grade. We guarantee the future of this coin as being a perfect grade. Even if you bought 100 coins, if you were able to, and there was a limit, you couldn't, you wouldn't be able to be guaranteed. You really wouldn't, of even getting one. But I'm going to guarantee you 1 or 5 or 10. That's in writing, ladies and gentlemen. It is the last year of the world-famous Mercanti reverse. The last year. It's going away. It's been on this coin. It is what made this coin what it is today. Its reverse design was magic. And when you look at the backstory of it, well, Mercanti was a lover of history and a lover of American coinage and a lover of art and an expert sculptor. He was the man to do this job, and he did it. He created the ultimate reverse. And it has graced that coin since 1986 and forevermore is going to be known as the Type 1. You, ladies and gentlemen, probably already own the first Type 1, the 1986. Don't let history pass you by, because this is the last one. It's gone. It's sold out everywhere. We are more than fortunate. We're blessed. We got in line as a special group to be honored with the opportunity to purchase these coins. And now we're here and giving you an opportunity as a pre-sale. So seems to me like you not only get to the front of the line here, but you get the highest quality coins, you get the most exclusive label, and if that wasn't enough, we work hard to bring coins like this to our show at the absolute best price. Everybody wants one of these coins. And a lot of people will pay $500 or $600 for a coin. Oh, most people. And hey, it could have happened to us as well. But we were lucky. We were invited. We were on the list. And that's really what it boils down to. So folks, it isn't often that you get an opportunity like this. Now let me just say one more time. This is a pre-sale, so take a look at what's going to be happening in the very near future. You are going to get the last Mercanti Heraldic Eagle Reverse. you are going to get a coin in perfect condition. And it has the highest designation as well, Ultra Cameo. Not a cameo, but an Ultra Cameo. You can't get any better than Proof 70 Ultra Cameo. It's going to have every bell and whistle a numismatic rarity could have. And it has something that most of these rarities that are being offered out there today can't touch, our price. One last time, $495 and a guarantee of an advanced release and a perfect coin in our exclusive label. A quantity of 5, $485 a coin, $2,425 when you buy 5. Break that up into 2 equal payments. You can go even bigger. 10 coins, everyone a guarantee of advanced release, and everyone a perfect Proof 70 grade with our label. And that at $475 a piece beats everybody out there price-wise. That's $4,750 for 10 coins. And again, break that up into the 2-payment option. It's going to help a lot. But one thing that it's really going to do for you is it's going to make you lock that in today. Because I got to tell you, when these coins get delivered, all bets are off. If you're not in line or you're not reserved, let me just say, you're not going to get it. That's just the way it's going to be. Too many people want it. Too many people couldn't get it. So the buck stops here. This coin is going to be the final issue of a legendary set. So I can tell you this. When you decide, if you haven't already, that you want to own every one of these Type 1s in a perfect Proof 70 grade, come and see us. Because that's what we do. But one thing you're going to know you have is the last and one of the rarest ones ever. And I thank you so much for watching, and I invite you to stay tuned, but I also want you to remember, get it now. And I'll see you guys soon. Take care.
Jack, these coins are a miracle.
They really are.
These coins should not exist, folks. They should not exist. They're 1899p, $5 gold half eagles. Let's take a look at the coins. Folks, look at these. 1899, Mid-State 64, uncirculated, extraordinary, among the finest known. They are superior to the example in the Smithsonian. The Smithsonian houses the finest collection of United States coins in the world. Jack, do you know what the example is in the Smithsonian?
I believe it's only an MS-63, right?
Exactly.
Which is, I shouldn't say only, that's a great grade. That's a choice.
Extraordinary. It's
Yeah.
extraordinary. And here we have these MS-64s today. Look at this coin. It's virtually flawless. So few bag marks. These coins were struck for commerce.
Right.
Gold is a very heavy metal,
Super soft.
very soft. To survive in this condition is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Folks, these are half eagles, $5 gold pieces, which was a lot of money back then.
Yeah.
I mean, I looked at some stats, and in 1901, about a decade later, a high-skilled laborer like a blacksmith who worked a 60-hour week made about $16.
Wow.
60-hour week, folks. And so they didn't carry around these gold coins in their pocket. These mainly went into our banking system, where they were used for larger transactions.
Right.
Now, by the way, it's called a half eagle because up until 1850, the largest gold coin struck for commerce was the $10 gold piece with almost a half ounce of
Right.
gold. And so it was referred to as the eagle.
Right.
The next coin in line was the half eagle.
Right, the $5
with
coin.
almost a quarter ounce. They had a $1 gold piece that they struck, a
Right.
$2.50 gold piece, a $3 gold piece,
Even briefly a $4 gold piece.
which they
right?
referred to as the Stella.
Right.
And so the two largest gold coins were the half eagle and the eagle. And then they discovered gold in California in 1848, and they were able to strike an even larger coin referred to as the double eagle.
Right.
So this half eagle, a very large gold coin, mint state 64, means they are uncirculated, choice
Yeah, I
uncirculated.
was a choice uncirculated.
Exactly. Take a look at this specimen, Jack. It's hard to believe it was struck in the 1890s, so near perfection. Mint state 64.
So few bag marks. And for any of you who are new to coin collecting, coins are graded using a 70-point scale called the Sheldon grading scale. A grade of 1 is you can barely recognize it. It's
Very heavily worn.
Right, completely worn out.
Yeah.
A grade of MS 70 is an absolutely flawless, perfect coin. There is no such thing as an MS 70 coin from the 1800s.
Right, exactly.
There's no
They
MS
don't
70s
exist.
until maybe the 1970s, 1980s.
Or
or
69s,
something.
I don't think.
Yeah,
or even
even
yeah.
MS 69.
Yeah, they don't exist.
Mint state 60 and higher is considered uncirculated. Mint state, these are coins that have no wear. They never circulated. These are coins that, the mint made them, they put them in a bag, maybe they got sent to the bank, and somehow somebody took that coin from the bank and put it aside, or the bag stayed in the back of a bank vault, got forgotten. Who knows how it happened, but no wear at all. But the difference between a 60 and a 64 is a 60
Huge.
coin, because the way these coins were produced, distributed, they're struck, by the thousands, they're dumped into bins, they're scooped and put into bags to be shipped around the country. They're banging around against each other, counting machines, all these different things happen. So a coin might not have any wear because it didn't circulate, but it still might have a lot of abrasions and dings and marks, and especially a gold coin. It's a very soft metal.
Very heavy metal.
Yeah, and they get marked
Very heavy
very
metal, yeah.
easily. So a coin that's graded MS64 is what we would call choice uncirculated, choice mint state. These are coins that have much fewer imperfections and bag marks than just that 60 level that is still an uncirculated coin. But this is like that next level up in the idea of a coin being uncirculated.
Well, Jack, these, as I started off by saying, these coins should not exist. They
Right.
came out of the Great European Bank Hoard in bags like you see here. This is an actual bag from the Great European Bank Hoard.
Right.
Now, if you had, imagine a bowling ball in this bag,
Right.
which weighs about 16 pounds.
Right.
It's very heavy.
Right.
But if you had the same amount of gold in there that took up the same space as that bowling ball, it would weigh about 60 to 70 pounds.
Right, because it's so
That's how
dense.
dense gold
So
is.
dense.
Again, these came from an original bag. The lowest grade coins were the baggiest pieces.
Right.
These were among the finest from that bag, folks.
Right.
Now, Jack, I've got, for example, the largest gold coin ever struck for commerce was a double eagle.
Right.
And this is the typical quality you would see these coins because of, like you say, it's a very heavy metal. They'd be abrading against one another. They would develop all. Look at the deep rim gouge there at about 8 o'clock. This is not gradable, folks. It's not even gradable because of it's heavily damaged simply from abrading and colliding with other coins in the bag.
Yeah, that's a good point you make about saying a coin's not gradable. For those of you, again, who are newer to collecting and this concept of certified coins and this Sheldon grading scale, these grading services, when they put a grade on the coin, if a coin's been damaged, cleaned, altered, even if it's an authentic coin, they won't give it a numeric grade. And so many of these $5 gold pieces, and Rick, you can attest, so many of these were used in jewelry, this size coin.
right,
Even
right.
if they manage to somehow still survive, 127 years later after they're produced, they're usually cleaned, damaged
Right,
coins that
right.
were in jewelry. They have solder, and those are coins. Not only will they not grade MS60, they won't grade them at all. They'll just say genuine, authentic.
Exactly.
So it's really important not only
Yeah.
that the coins have a numeric grade, but this 64 grade is a really elite grade.
Right. To put it in perspective, the single most valuable United States coin, which is in the Smithsonian,
Right.
is a $20 gold piece.
Right.
It's one of the first ever struck. They only struck 2, but even this coin has deep, deep reading marks, deep digs in
Right,
the
another
obverse
coin
field. When you
fell
look
on
at
top
this,
of it,
yeah,
right.
when you look at this coin, folks, in the picture, this is the coin that's in the Smithsonian.
Right.
And you can see the deep reading marks in the field
Yep,
of the coin
where
there.
another coin just-
So it's and like you said, you actually got to see the
I
coin
did.
in person.
Yeah.
It was lightly cleaned at some point.
You're probably a little wiped or something, like hairlines.
So if it were graded today, it might grade MS 62,
61.
61,
Something.
and yet it's the single most valuable United States coin, valued in the tens of millions, maybe the hundreds of millions of dollars.
Yeah, I mean, we just saw the record for a gold coin in auction recently sold for $9.3 million.
The doubloon.
And that's a very
Right.
important historical
Right.
coin. $9.3 million. But there's 7 of those.
That's a great point. The time to buy rare gold, I mean, this is the perfect time. These coins that we have, like as we open, should not exist. They're from the great European Bancourt.
Right.
Now, that story, for our new viewers, is a fascinating tale, and it really starts with the Great Depression.
Right.
During the Great Depression, it was economic devastation in our country. In 1933 alone, it was estimated that there were 4,000 bank failures.
Wow.
And there was no federal deposit insurance back then. If you could imagine your life savings, 20, 30 years of your life savings in the bank, and you go to the bank the next day, and it's boarded shut, the bank had failed.
Right.
You were wiped out.
Right, your life savings just went up in smoke.
This was happening to millions and millions of Americans. So there were those Americans whose banks had not yet failed, who were understandably scared
Right.
and terrified that their bank would be next.
Right.
So they began pulling their money out of the bank and buying gold coins.
Right. They're holding all their life savings in
And,
gold.
you know, if I had been around back then, I would have done the same thing.
Right.
Because throughout human history, going back to Egyptian times, the ancient Egyptians, folks, going back to 3000 BC, thought gold was indestructible, that it was from the flesh of their sun god Ra.
Right.
So across cultures, throughout human history, gold has always had tremendous value. And so Americans were buying gold coins. This was their security. Whatever happens to the economy, they knew the gold would have some value.
Right.
Now, this created additional stress on the banking system, obviously. So then President Franklin Roosevelt had to somehow put a stop on that. So he passed Executive Order 6102, which made the ownership of over $100 worth of gold or gold coins or gold certificates illegal. And if you were caught with over $100 worth of gold,
There are major
you faced,
implications.
this is back in 1933, folks, you faced a $10,000 fine
Right.
or 10 years imprisonment
Or both. Right.
So you had people who were stuck between a rock and a hard place. They leave their money in the bank, and their bank could fail tomorrow. They buy gold, and they can get arrested and spend their next 10 years in prison. Well, there was a third option.
Right.
And so a lot of these people took this third option, and a lot of institutions as well.
Yeah.
Before this executive order was enacted, they were buying gold coins, and having them shipped to banks in Europe.
Right.
And they've been in those banks since 1933, sitting in bags in a vault, not moving, stationary.
Right.
You know, it would be one thing if you had a bag from 1933 and it went from one owner to the next. Each time it gets shipped and moves to the next
Right,
owner,
right.
it gets jostled around and the coins get abraded. These were sitting in a bank since 1933, about 90 years.
Yeah.
And so this bag from 1899 came out. We got these coins, among the finest examples from this bag, folks. And once these are gone, that's it.
Right.
This truly is a Halley's Comet event, the Great European Bancourt, except the Halley's Comet comes by every 70 plus years.
Right.
This is never coming by again. The
Right.
Great European Bank-Hoard is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, but rarely do we get something this early in this extraordinary condition.
Well, to even extrapolate a little, take it a step further, the Great Depression, that was 40 years after these coins were struck. These coins were 40 years old. What are
Yeah.
the chances that these coins were mint state in 1933?
Right,
These
exactly.
were somehow in a bag in the back of
that's
a bank
great
vault
point.
in the U.S. for 40 years before they got shipped to Europe.
Yeah.
You know, it's incredible that they made it, that they were uncirculated in 1933,
That's
let
a
alone in
great point.
2021.
You know, and again, there were so few survivors because all those citizens had to turn their gold into the Treasury.
Right.
And what did the Treasury do with that gold? They melted it back down into gold bars.
Right.
Take a look at how much of the gold, $5 gold pieces, were melted back down
Right. So many were
into
melted.
gold bars, folks.
Right.
Tens of millions of coins.
Right.
There are so few survivors of the 1899p.
Yeah, look at like a third of them
$5
were
gold,
melted
half
officially melted.
About 1/3 of the total original mintage. Take a look at this chart, folks, that we have for you. It compares the Liberty Double Eagle, struck from 1850 to 1907, the total mintage, total graded in uncirculated condition, 675,000 coins. And then you have the St. Gaudens Double Eagle, struck from 1907 to 1933. They've graded a little over 1 million coins in uncirculated condition. But then you look at the Half Eagle. The Half Eagle, only 200,000 coins for the entire series, far
Right.
less than 1%. And that's in all mint state grades,
that's
Jack,
like a-
MS-60 and above.
They were making those coins for almost 70 years, you know, and
Right,
you know,
yeah.
so that's a lot of different coins, and there's still only 200,000 coins that are mint state.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's only 3 out of every 1,000 coins.
And there are so few in MS-64. Now take a look at how few have been certified in Mint State 64 by PCGS, folks. 1,900 coins.
It's minuscule.
There are so many other coins that are far easier to locate in this high grade than the 1899p. I mean, one of the most common coins coming out of the Great European Bank-Hoard was the 1924p St. Gaudens, over 100,000 certified in 6.4. Just 1,900 examples of this 1899p.
And there's some rare coins on this list, Rick. I mean, look, 1907 St. Gaudens, the first year of the St. Gaudens.
The 1907 is one of my favorites, as you
Yeah.
know. The first year of the St. Gaudens series, incredibly rare in 6.4.
Right.
We rarely get to offer the 1907 in Mint State 64.
Right.
Maybe once a year we might get a couple dozen pieces.
Right.
And that's
At
it.
best, yeah, at
That's
best.
it, folks. And there you have 5,400 certified. That's a really rare coin.
Yeah, more than double, way more than double.
To have this 99p, extraordinarily rare, especially in this extremely high-grade condition, folks. Here are some examples, Jack, that sold in auction, folks, in the past. These are auction prices realized for Mint State 64 specimens. Here's one that sold for almost $1,900 in 6.4. Here's one that sold for $1,955. These are prices realized. Here's one that sold for about $3,000. This is a perfect time, folks, to buy an extremely rare early United States gold coin, $5 gold piece in extraordinary condition, folks. We have these coins today. While we have them, it's a limited time offer. Again, you've seen how rare they are.
Right.
We've got these coins today for only $1,495.
Right, and you know, it's so important for people to understand. This is one of those deals that we got out of the European Bank-Hoard. You know, I don't know if we could ever replace these again. Like if we're so lucky to have these, who knows what the price would be. We want everyone to be able to take advantage of this opportunity. So we also have a 2-pay option. You pay just $747.50 now, and then we hold your coin in our vault, and in 30 days you pay the balance and the coin's yours. We want every
so
collector
important,
have
yeah.
the chance to get these coins when we have them.
That is a great point. We can't tell you how many times where we have something like this. We stress it's a limited time offer.
Right.
Once these are gone, that's it. We'll get somebody who'll call in a week later. The coins are gone. We can't replace them at this price, folks.
Right.
Okay, this is a once in a life. They came out of the Great European Bancord from a bag like
Right.
this. This is an actual bag from the
Right.
European Bancord. They came in bags like this.
Right.
We get one of these bags, a rare date like this, in this condition. These are among the finest examples from one of those bags.
Right.
Now, Jack, when we say that this is a small window of opportunity, there was a great article that came out in a coin dealer publication titled, "Is it time for a new perspective on generic gold?"
Right.
Now, generic gold, the term generic, they're talking about the most common gold.
Right.
This is not common, folks. 1899p $5 gold half eagle, a very large gold coin. Now, here's the important part of this article that the viewers need to understand why this is such a great value. And what we have been telling our viewers now for the last several years. There has not been a time in recent memory when pre-1933 gold coins were obtainable for so little over spot. What they mean by that, I recall a time a couple decades ago when if you had an uncirculated in the United States gold coin, you might have to pay 10, 15 times over the gold value.
Right.
You know, gold back then was, about $400 an ounce.
Right.
I remember I had a double eagle that was MS63, and the gold value was about $400 an ounce, $350, $400. I sold it for $3,500 to another dealer.
Right.
So here, Jack, we've got a half eagle with about a quarter ounce of gold.
Right. Yeah, it's about $400 or $500 just in gold value alone.
Right.
Right.
Which comes to, again, is a $4,000 or $5,000 coin 15, 20 years ago.
Right.
Yeah. And here we've got the coin today for $14.95. These should not exist.
Right.
There's one last really important point I want to make. These coins are rare in any condition.
Right.
These are among the finest known, but just to find one in gradable condition it's an extremely rare
Right.
coin. Take a look at this chart where I compare this 1899p. Only around 13,000 certified in all grades. All grades.
Right, any grade. That could be a good 4. It could, that's not
Right.
just mint state. That's just all.
Exactly. We're comparing it here to some of the rarest Morgan dollars. 1893S is by far the rarest Morgan dollar in any condition.
Right.
And the 1899CC. In terms of condition rarity, okay, this 1899p, only 13,000 certified. If you go to try and buy an 1889CC or a 93S, even in circulated condition,
Right.
take a look at these prices, folks. Here's an 1889CC in circulated condition. Not uncirculated, but circulated condition. It's around $25,000. A circulated, not uncirculated, circulated, almost $25,000. Here's another one. That's around $25,000.
It's clean.
And it's UNC details, meaning it was cleaned. And then you have a 93S. The 93S, here's one, circulated, AU58, $120,000. All right? Here's one, $250,000. This is what they go for.
Right, yeah.
It's a rare coin in any condition, AU58, $250,000. It would be so much easier for Jack and I, and so much, frankly, more profitable
Right.
to fill this stand with extra fine 93S's or extra fine 89CCs, sell them for a lot more because they sell for a lot more. We'd make a lot more money, but they wouldn't be the best deal for you. Our focus is the long term. When we can offer a $5 gold piece in this condition, at this kind of price, only $14.95, this is the kind of coin you want to put away for the long term. It's historic.
Right.
It's a national treasure to pass down to your kids, your grandkids. This is something you want to keep in the family. For only $1,495, extraordinary quality, superior to the Smithsonian
The
specimen.
national collection.
Again, they should not exist. They were supposed to have been melted down
Right.
back in 1933.
Right.
These were shipped in a bag to a bank in Europe, and they've been sitting there for about 90 years.
Right.
And we have the finest specimens from this bag for you today.
Right. It's incredible because it's, first off, most of the coins that went to Europe were $20 gold coins. People who are trying to transfer a large amount of gold, they use the biggest coins.
Yeah,
Not many
right.
of these $5
Very
coins are
few.
in the bank hoard.
Yeah.
And on top of it, what are the odds of these $5 coins existing? And what are the odds that in 1933, these coins were 34 years old, that they had been sitting in a bank here
That's
in
a great
uncirculated
point, Jack.
condition
That's a great
before
point.
they shipped to Europe? I mean, really
Yeah.
is unbelievable. It really is a miracle that these
Yeah.
coins exist.
Can we show the viewers that one chart one last time? Because you mentioned the $20 double eagles. For example, the 1904 Liberty.
Right.
That was one Liberty double eagle that was sent to Europe in many, many bags of 1904P Liberty double eagles.
Right.
And there you can see on this chart, PCGS has graded around 37,000 1904P Liberty double eagles in MS-64. There are a lot more of those
Right.
kinds of bags shipped to those banks. Very few bags of $5 gold pieces were sent to Europe, folks. Look how rare this coin is. We've got to close this out, folks. Again, these coins should not exist. They only exist because of the great European bank hoard. These are among the finest specimens from a bag, from that hoard in mid-state 64.
Right, for just two
You know.
easy payments, $747.50.
Please, we hope you can take advantage of this. Thank you for watching. We're the Coin Guys. I'm Rick.
I'm Jack McNamara.
Thanks for watching. For the best in rare coin collecting, watch me, Rick Tamaska, on Rick's U.S. Coin Show, right here on Rare Collectibles TV.
Welcome back to Rick's U.S. Coin Show. I'm Rick Tamaska, your host, and I have got an incredible introductory offer for all you folks watching today. If you're a collector or non-collector, this is a wonderful opportunity to take advantage of a series that is just exploding in popularity. The Franklin and Kennedy half dollars are so popular, so universally admired by more and more collectors with every passing month. When you think about it, folks, this was the last era where the U.S. struck half dollars for circulation. The Franklin half dollars were struck entirely in 90% silver. The first year the Kennedys were struck in 90% silver, and that's the largest denomination you can own. And when you look on PCGS and NGC websites, you'll see more half-dollar collectors for the Franklins and Kennedys than any other half-dollar series. There isn't even a close second. My third edition just came out, folks, of the Franklin and Kennedy half-dollar guide by Whitman Books. It's over 300 pages now. It's expanded to 320 pages, 32 more pages than the second edition. It's got the history of the Franklin and Kennedy half dollars. It's got mintages. It's got retail values. It's got a section, folks, on record prices, because there have been so many record prices in these series since my second edition. You know, if you're going to start out collecting either one of these series, I want you to start off on the right foot. I've got two Kennedy half dollars today that are guaranteed to get you started off on the right foot. It's the first year of issue of the Kennedy half dollar in proof condition, 1964. The Kennedy half dollar, folks, came about because in November of 1963, John F. Kennedy was tragically assassinated. There was some emergency legislation passed, and it was decided they would commemorate the late president on the half dollar for the year 1964. So the Franklin half dollar series came to a premature end, and the demand for this new Kennedy half dollar was so extraordinary. The entire country was riveted by this event. This was the first assassination in the history of TV where a president died. The whole country was tuned in. And so when the Mint announced that they were going to have this Kennedy half dollar, the demand was through the roof. And so they were in a great rush to issue these coins in proof condition. And in January of 1964, in this very, very short time, they actually began to release these proof sets with the Kennedy half dollar in it. And I remember going to my local coin shop when I heard about this, and the place was packed. I could barely get through the door. And the sets, while the original issue price was about, I think it was $2.10 from the mint, before long, the sets were selling for $20, almost 10 times the original issue price. Now, what makes the 64 Kennedy so special, it was the only issue struck in 90% silver at the old Philadelphia Mint. After 1964, they shut the Philadelphia Mint down as far as proof making goes, and they transferred the proof making to the San Francisco Mint for the Kennedy half dollar. So the 64 is a unique coin. It's a one-year type coin. And there are two very, very special coins in the 1964 Kennedy year. The Mint, in record time, began striking these 1964 proof Kennedys in January of 1964. And after they had struck about 100,000 examples, they called Mrs. Kennedy and they asked her if she could please inspect this new Kennedy half dollar design. She did not like the design detail in her husband's hair, and she asked if they could rework that detail. What she didn't like specifically were the hair strands you see above her husband's ear there. There's some prominent V-shaped strands above her ear, and she asked if they could remove those and change the accents in her husband's hair. So they made those changes. They immediately stopped the presses. After only about 100,000 were struck, they stopped the presses and they completely redesigned the hair detail. When they then began striking the Kennedy half dollar again, you could see the noticeable, obvious difference. It's a major, major variety because you could easily see it with your naked eye. And that's basically the definition, folks, between a major variety and a minor variety. A minor variety, you have to take a magnifying glass to see. This, you can see with your naked eye. You can look at it, you say, wow, that's an accented hair, you know? And so it's an important, major historic die variety. Now, not only is the mintage an incredibly low mintage, they only struck about 100,000. The fact is, a lot of those coins were melted down in 1979, 1980, 1981, because back in those days, nobody really paid any attention to the Kennedy half dollars. And when you had silver going for almost $50 an ounce, there were a lot of dealers who were actually cutting out these proof half dollars, quarters, and dimes and sending them to the smelters to get them melted down for their silver. And so you had 100,000 originally struck. Probably at least 30 to 40,000, maybe even more, were melted down, leaving perhaps 50 to 60,000 coins. On top of that, the quality of the accented hair is by far the worst in the Kennedy half dollar series. You have to understand the Mint was well aware of the fact that there was an incredible demand for these new coins. And so they rushed them out, and they cut corners as far as quality control. And one of the procedures in making a proof coin is supposed to be a coin that's prepared under highly polished dies. They're slowly struck. The coins are individually handled, so they're not allowed to abrade with any other coins. They're supposed to represent the state of the art, the finest possible quality the Mint's able to produce, given the technology of the day. However, in the rush to get these out, one of the procedures was to wash the coin blanks in a soap solution, just get them as clean as possible, then wash that soap solution off the blanks. And then they go in for striking, where they're struck under about 200 tons of pressure. And then once struck, while coins struck for commerce are dumped into bins, these proof coins are individually handled. They're not allowed to abrade with other coins. However, in the case of the accented hair, again, in this rush to get the coins out, one of the things that they really didn't pay much attention to was that soap residue. They put these blanks in the soap solution, and they typically did not wash all that soap residue off the blank. So when that blank went into the die with about 200 tons of pressure, at that point the residue was struck into the coin, became a part of the coin. You can't remove it. I've seen examples that have obvious abrasion from something like a Brillo pad where they try to just rub that spot off the coin. It's still there. I mean, the coin has all kinds of scratches on it, but the spotting is still there. I just bought this group, folks, of accented hairs, and any accented hair is worth an incredible premium. There's dealers here selling them for almost $200. They're ungradable because of all the spots, but they still want almost $200 for them because they're rare in any condition. They have tremendous, tremendous absolute rarity. I just bought these, folks, and I paid a hefty premium for these sets that had some accented hair Kennedys in them. And I bought them, and I got to inspect them, and every one is so typical of an accented hair. Here's one. I'm just going to cut it out here, hand it to Sasha so you could see them. Here's how here's how the sets were issued. They came in these envelopes, as you see here, very simple envelopes, and they were encased in cellophane, each coin in its own compartment. And of course, there would be this little letter in each one of these envelopes, and it says here, and this is from the superintendent of the U.S. Mint, if there should appear what may seem to you a defect, it is no doubt a crease in the packing material. We tell you this to save us both unnecessary correspondence. In other words, if you found a defect, you can't send it back to them, okay? There is no return privilege on these. So you get this set, folks, and I bought these, and it's an original packaging right here as you see it. I'm going to do a couple of these for you, and they're all so typical of the accented hair. And I'll hand it off to Sasha. And this one actually is not too bad, but the spot is pretty obvious. Right in front of Kennedy's nose there. Right in front of his nose. It's a milk spot, soap residue. And you can see a lot of other smaller spots as well. I mean, there's a lot of really small little spots all over the coin. And those don't come off. I'm going to open one more for you. Here's another one. I'm just taking them off the top here. This one is even, you know, it's pretty amazing that the Mint would let these pass through like this. But, you know, that's, again, the quality control back then, it was not like it was today. This is a beauty. And there you can see them. Okay. So if you can get one of these accented hairs in any condition, to me, any accented hair, even the ones you just saw, are going to be $500 coins someday. What I have in this special, folks, I have 2 accented hair grades in this special, where you're going to get a free copy of this latest book. From Whitman, you're going to get the hardcover special library edition with this offer. And wait till you hear the price on these. I have 2 different accented hairs I'm going to offer to you in this introductory offer. One of the accented hairs is in proof 66. The other is in the highest grade I have of this extremely rare variety. I have a handful of examples in proof 68. Now, the other coin in the set, though, is equally as important because it's the second Kennedy they struck in 1964 after they discontinued the accented hair, and it's what they call the Type 2 variety, with those design detail changes. Now, they also had a lot of quality control issues with that variety as well. Milk spots are a huge problem, but they're just not as big a problem as with the accented hair. Folks, I want you to take a look at introductory offer number 1. Here's an accented hair, proof 66, which is an extraordinary grade for an accented hair. I have a comp here. Well, one dealer for a proof 65 is asking $700. Set number 1, you're going to get the 2 Kennedy varieties from 1964, that most important year, the only year they were struck at the Philadelphia Mint on a 90% silver planchet. In 1965, they reduced the silver content, folks, to 40%. This is a 1-year type coin. And the accented hair was the very first Kennedy struck. And what you're going to get in intro set number 1 is an accented hair in proof 66. That is an extraordinary grade for this accented hair variety. I've got one dealer here, he wants $700 for a proof 65, which is, you know, where the price should be for this key rare date. And then the second coin, that Type 2, after they made the design changes, is an extraordinary proof 68. Proof 68. That is set number 1. Now, set number 2 is the best I have, and I've been specializing in these coins, again, since the early 1980s. I have a limited number of these with the accented hair in proof 68 condition. This is essentially a perfect coin. There have only been a handful graded higher than proof 68, folks. No spots, black mirrors, no hairlines. This is extraordinary. When you see the prices on these two sets, and the fact that you're getting the 3rd edition, the limited edition hand-signed library edition of the Franklin and Kennedy book, look at that. It is like a modern proof. It's a jewel. And then the second variety is also a proof 68. Flawless to the eye. Flawless to the eye. Now the accented hair, folks, as far as putting a value on this, what I told you at the very beginning, this is a set that will get you started off on the right foot at the price I have at today. I'm a specialist in these coins. I get first crack on the best deals, and so I can pass it along to you and give you the best prices. Here's an accented hair. Again, a spotted example. It's not even gradable. It's a spotted example like the first couple you saw in our presentation. The dealer wants almost $200 for. Here's a proof 65 that I spoke about earlier. $700 for a proof 65. Here's a dealer for a proof 66, a great price. A proof 66, like you saw here, for $599, $600 for a proof 66. That's just for the accented hair in proof 66 condition. Now, proof 68s, I've seen record prices now for these proof 68s. Since my 3rd edition came out, these coins are on fire, folks. Here's a dealer. He's got a proof 68 he wants $1,300 for. Here's one, a proof 68 that he's selling. This is a dealer, again, with 100% positive feedback, over 600 happy customers. A proof 68 for the accented hair, $1,826. Now, the type 2 variety, again, is not quite as rare. Not quite as rare, but here's a dealer asking for the type 2 in proof 68, $600 just for the proof 68. Before I price them out, here's the total number certified of both varieties in proof 68 condition. And there you see the total mintage of the Kennedy half dollar was 3,950,000 coins. Approximately 100,000 of those were the accented hair. Maybe 50, 60,000 have survived, meaning the type 2 variety, about 3.8 million were struck. Now, in proof 68 condition, the type 2 variety, they've only graded about 13,000 examples in proof 68. That's combined NGC and PCGS. The accented hair, folks, 2,088 coins. So you can see why dealers are asking those kinds of prices. And here you've got set number 1, my hardcover limited edition, will be included in this set. The accented hair, proof 66, that other dealers are asking $600 for. The 64 in proof 68, where one dealer is asking $600, I found one here that was only asking $350. That's $950 for the 2 coins, folks. I've got these sets. Call in now. $259 a set, and it will include the hardcover limited edition, the library edition, the special collector's edition that's signed and numbered by me. It's a $45 book. That's included in the package for $259. This is why at the very beginning of my presentation, I said if you're a collector or if you're not a collector, this is a great time to begin collecting, to begin your collection of Kennedy half dollars. And now my ultimate set. My ultimate set, where again, you have a dealer asking over $1,800 for the proof 68. You have one dealer asking $600, another $300.